acts to bring everything in under one roof so that you can have a kind of standardized way of accessing data and visualizing it. Challenges that EarthRanger being able to analyze. We have specific needs. We have and base conflict mitigation. Planet within a few weeks of trees being cut. We also integrate action as an ecological survey. What's happening? And so, synthesize them. So Earth security mechanism behind Earth. If AI2 decided that they no longer were going to support EarthRanger, the entire platform is there, and another company could take it on. And so today, at the moment, and that's standard tools for many people using and collecting conservation data. So now, for the last several years, but really, Ecoscope, the mission here is how do we take all of this data that has been collected in conservation and how do we make sense of it? And how do we do that in an easy and efficient way? Ecology tools for ArcGIS. It was a plug-in for ArcGIS. Ecology tools for ArcGIS. It was a plug-in for ArcGIS, and we've now turned it into a much bigger platform. These that are needed are all being and are generally open. So running and can sign up for an and are generally open. So running and can sign up for an. There's a lot of complex code behind all your workflows, and we can also emanate out complex code behind all your workflows, and we can also emanate outputs into a live dashboard, and I'll be showing you that. It can also leverage other, and we can see here that rainfall is going up in that area. So we have workflow, an integrated dashboard where you can zoom in on the maps, you can hover over, and you can interact with the outputs. And we have a patrol workflow, we have an events analysis workflow as well. And here's an example of a long-form report that we've partnered with Mar Elephant Project to produce. And this is a 3-page summary per tracked elephant. It used to take, I think the first time when I did this by hand, it took me about 6 months. And we can now generate this report in about 2 hours. And that's for hundreds of elephants. So future opportunities, so some of the things that we'd really like to pull into the Ecoscope platform. So a big one is the socioeconomic analyses. So the success of conservation really depends on community. And Dr. Tiller will be talking about her assessment of community survey analysis on HEC, where they interviewed over 3,000 households, and then we've helped to build an Ecoscope workflow that generated all of the outputs for that survey. And that's something that could be replicated across sites. So other tools, population assessments, camera trap, things like SpeciesNet, ML models to apply to camera trap data. I think a big thing, an opportunity here too, is standardized monitoring frameworks and the ability to come up with the kind of common metrics that are important across ecosystems, and what are those, and how can then we support those with workflows that are templated and very easy to apply. So I think none of this is really relevant without an applicable theory of change, and I think that there are basic rows, but we're important in the ecosystem, and what are the things that we really need to be tracking. The next, of course, is to then develop the tools and the technology to support calculation of those indicators. But third, and most importantly, is to develop capacity and to build the training modules to support ground-based and ground-up efforts. And I really think that third row is one of the key things for all of this to be a success. So I think, yeah, realizing impact, it's all about, how do you, at the ground level, use these tools, understand them, embrace them, and have access to them. And it shouldn't be the realm of esoteric research to be able to run some of these analyses. And so I think one of the key things we're trying to do is democratize access to advanced data analytics and data access. So thank you.
So thank you so much, our two speakers, for those wonderful presentations on use of and application of technology in wildlife conservation. The issue here is basically about big data. How do we leverage technology to enhance conservation, and how do we deal with big data? We collect a lot of data, and I'm sure that even the lion or elephant tracking data, there is quite a lot of data that can be generated depending on the frequency. So how do we how do we get that data and make sense out of it after it's being collected? The good thing with the technology, especially what Dr. Jekyll has said, is technology is actually good when it's extensible. It's also integratable, so that we can be able to integrate the data with like his platform can integrate data with can integrate different data sets, whether they affect different databases, geodatabases, their rasters, and so forth. So one of the things that we are getting out of it is that the Earth Ranger can be able to integrate movement data with the NDVI. For those of us who are in remote sensing, it shows you where the elephant is going. So it's a track, but we want to know the quality of why that elephant is following that track. So you can use secondary data set, which is remotely sensed data. So that shows vegetation greening, which is just a proxy NDVI. So at this moment, we want to have a short session of Q&A. So we want to ask the two presenters just to sit over here. Then somebody will be providing.
I'm here as well.
Yep.
I'll follow your guidance, Dr. Mukeka, as the chair of the session, which questions we'll take and how many.
So,
there's one person here.
Yeah.
Ako tayari.
Sawa.
Hello, good morning. Just a very quick question, Jake. Do you think Earth Ranger will continue to forever be open source?
Yeah, very good question. Yes, it's one of the more successful programs at AI2, and we've had all indication that it will continue to be funded and even accelerated. So I think, yeah, there's no guarantee in the EULA for Earth Ranger. There is a guarantee that if the program were ever defunded, there would be at least a 2-year minimum lead time notification. So, and again, with the fact that all of the code base is open source, I think, yeah, it's as much confidence as we can have in any given platform. But it's certainly free, no licensing, and free to use for conservation and wildlife, where it's very focused on ships. So ships have this system that they're meant to use to transmit their location, but in instances where they might be illegally fishing, they tend to turn those off. But the Skylight system, you can use radar to pick up on ship movement, and it's developed across billions of track points of ships worldwide, an AI algorithm to figure out if a ship is actually moving normally or is it illegally fishing. When it comes to marine species, however, yeah, there are a lot of challenges. I think turtles, sea turtles is a really good example. There's that Comcast network in South America where they have marine, basically a network of, I think it's about 60 organizations that are involved in, there are no national boundaries really to these species. So I think in the marine space specifically, tracking is more challenging. There are sensors, but how do you track yellowfin tuna, for instance? And how do you track some of these deeper dwelling marine species? So I think there's a lot of innovation that can occur on the technology side and the sensors that are needed in the marine world.
Any other questions? Please raise your hand. We can locate you and bring a
Yeah,
mic
we
to
have,
you.
we
All
have
right,
one.
Chair, we're coming to
We
you.
have one here, down here.
Thank you. This is to Dr. Desai. One good thing with such a conference is that you, for example, or as a region, what is it we can do to have an integrated approach where all these technologies can actually be simplified enough and used across the landscape so that we continue to see benefits in here and talk about all these technologies that are bits and pieces, yet there is no integration, yet there is no functionality where we can even teach this. For example, at WRTI, we develop a small course. We teach our diploma students on how to use AI at a certain level, and we link up with practitioners, and we work with Kenya Wildlife Service so that after 5 years or thereabouts, we can say, out of these interventions that are AI-driven or AI-assisted or technology-assisted, we have seen a general improvement in wildlife numbers, in wildlife tracking, in the decisions we are making. So what I'm asking is, because of your experience and your broad perspective, how do you see us moving to the next level? Coming together, making something not so complicated, bringing our minds together, and having something that we can even teach to the next generation and teach the practitioners so that this technology is helping us to stem the decline in our wildlife numbers.
The crux of where we stand as far as conservation is concerned, are we able to commit to ensuring that we create a collective responsibility and a collective ownership to conservation? And how profoundly is this possible with the use of technology? And I think that it's absolutely the case in other areas, whether it's in the industrial setups of the world and the integration of different standards and other kinds of key capacities in order to create an ecosystem for industrialization, or in the areas of healthcare, or in the areas of transportation. And so the same needs to happen in conservation. It's absolutely crucial that, and having realized that conservation does not succeed if there's fragmentation. And how do we ensure that communities have an equal value proposition to ensure that they get a return from, after all, one of the most important natural resources they have in terms of their conservancies and wildlife management opportunities and so on. But how do we ensure that, the next level of ranger or the next generation of ranger is AI versed and is able to program on the fly? So a lot has to happen as far as how we transition such leadership platforms as WRTI into communities of technologists, competitions of technologists. There are so many standardization programs in the world which can be used as a template. For example, the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering standards. And so standards are easily available. We are recognizing the fact that WRTI is at the front of conservation in terms of bringing this dialogue together. But a lot has to be interfaced as far as other key societies and associations and other kinds of programs within the context of conservation. Yet another area that can play works, which I developed with the view of ensuring that we create mobile training platforms to go to last mile. And this was in view of the fact that while national policy required that we install a TIVET institution in each constituency, some of the communities live almost 20 to 30 kilometers from a constituency. And so it was necessary for us to develop training programs for technology transfer. And we did this in up far north, in Kiunga, where we trained young women and men on how to repair a motorboat engine, mobile phone technologies, other forms of electronic systems, welding, and other kinds of technical vocational skills. Those are absolutely essential in in our quest to promote technology, because one of the biggest challenges we have, you install a solar system or another piece of technology, and is it sustainable? Is it really going to function? Is it really going to be used to its limit in terms of application and capacities and so on? So I think that the visioning is correct. That's exactly how we should proceed. We should find a way in which we develop, and WRTI champions the ability for us to raise the skills in technology. I repeatedly say this, that technology is has huge leveraging capacity for the work that we do in conservation. But the limit has been the application, and it's really not about a specialized area. Many of you can pick up a micro-credential in artificial intelligence in 2 or 3 weeks and be able to start coding and start developing solutions. So I think that we need to bring about a certain access to it. We need to bring about the challenges that WRTI faces up front so that we create competition and special categories of technology around this area. And most importantly, we need to bring the communities that live in the conservancies to be part of this dialogue so that they're able to also assess the potential that exists in creating a return value proposition in terms of conservation. Thank you.
Yeah, just 2 more.
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Jack. I know within the East Africa community, there are different policies on ICT adoption and technology within states, of which, if I got you right, the Earth Ranger and the Ecoscope have been founded in Kenya and apparently doing well. So in terms of transboundary conservation, which is important, how do you intend to transcend these barriers in terms of technology adoption so that the East Africa community can be able to leverage on technology and AI in the conservation of wildlife? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think a key component is making tools available and code open source if possible, because the adoption and the ability to have confidence in those tools really comes from that. And I think we've seen, for instance, with R libraries in ecology, when people publish R in an academic paper and you include the code that goes along with the academic analysis, it really makes it simple for someone else to follow that and run that analysis themselves. So I think that's one of the key components, is that we continue to make these tools both free as well as open source. And of course there are implications of costs to training, and we need funding to be able to continue to do that and hold training, and I think developing up standardized certification in the use of tools is a great idea. And I think Kenya could really be a leader in this as well, and WRTI specifically. So, yeah.
Yeah, we want to get the last question because of time from Dr. Ngena.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the 2 presentations. I have one question for both of you. What plans do you have to hand over some of the technologies to governments so that they continue funding and using them once your funding cycles cease to exist? Because currently, governments have such capacities to continue working and improving on such technologies. Thank you.
So I think that's absolutely crucial, because government's role is policy formulation, and having access to data and having access to technology systems is absolutely essential in how it develops policies, regulations, and standards for the work that we're doing. And I think within the context of this technology, whether it's the application of camera traps or having these high-end fully integrated system consisting of sensors and other kinds of technologies, government has a further role within the context of the devolved government and the ability for us to promote an inclusive environment involvement by communities. And so that role is tremendous in terms of the scalability of solutions and applications. And while many of these technologies are accessible, what needs to happen now increasingly is maybe WRTI needs to be the center for transfer of knowledge and skills as far as technology is concerned, both to government officers, but also to other stakeholders. It could be community leaders, it could be leaders within the context of ranger conservancies, and other kinds of key initiatives. So an enabling environment is absolutely crucial for technology transfer. And as I mentioned earlier, technology is modular, and it's based on standards. Those standards then translate into the application of technology, understanding the characteristics of systems, how systems fail, how systems can be integrated. So there's really no complexity in this. It's just the actual framework to embed it and to give it its importance as far as transformation is concerned.
Yeah, I think we come to the end for this because of time. Thank you so much, Dr. Desai and Dr. Jack Wall. We can continue the conversation out, and technology is not limited to Earth Ranger only. We are talking about drones, we are talking about heat sensors, we are talking about camera traps and so forth. So the issue here is technology grows very fast. So when you got in, I used to use ArcView. I went to ArcGIS. Today we are talking about ArcGIS Enterprise Edition. It's no longer now on the desktop. So the issue here is technology is growing very fast, and for a third world country like us, where we have different needs for money. So the question is, how do we adopt to fast changing technology? So it could be the issues, because I know that KWS, WRTI, Tawiri, and all other researchers in Kenya or elsewhere, we are really using technology. Do not think that we are not using technology. The issue is that it is also growing very fast. How do we keep pace in view of competing needs and practices? So I want to say that thank you so much for listening to us, and I want to hand over to our MC. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Let's give a hand to Dr. Mukeka for chairing this session on wildlife and technology for wildlife conservation. That we've had a presentation from Dr. Desai and Jake Wall. And I'm sure they're still here for the next few sessions, so you can interact with them. They were kind enough to include their contact details at the last slides of their presentation, so you can reach out to them for more further interaction as we continue. We are pressed for time, so we have until 10:45 for the next breakout session. And if you can refer to your booklet, from page 24 to page 29, it indicates detailed who will be presenting the various breakout sessions. So for this particular breakout session in Kiboko Hall, we have the sub-theme Conservation Science, Practice, and Technological Innovations. And in Jasmine 1, next to the pool, now we're familiar with the rooms, Wildlife Populations, Dynamics, and Ecosystems Connectivity. And in Jasmine 2, which is right after Jasmine 1, Wildlife Populations, Dynamics, and Ecosystems Connectivity. Yes, sub-themes sound the same, but we have different presentations for each because these are wide sub-themes. So please refer to your booklet on page 24 to 29. It has a detailed breakdown in terms of who's addressing what in the presentation. So for all the moderators, please be on standby to take over. Thank you to Paul Gasheru from the Nature Kenya, who is also going to be moderating one of the sessions. So please, if you are keen on following Jasmine 1 session or Jasmine 2, please head on there. These are the details, but refer to your booklet, pages 24 to 29. It has the details for that. And if you haven't surrendered or submitted, it is a word I should use. Judy is right up front. She could stand up. She was telling me there's one presentation that hasn't been submitted for the morning or afternoon session. So please reach out to her if you are a presenter, and enjoy the next few sessions. As you transition, we will be playing a video just as we settle in. But we're pressed for time. We'd like to break for tea at 10:45 to 11, then continue with the next parallel session 5 before lunch, then be back here at 2 p.m. for the next session before our closing ceremony. So please head on to the respective breakout sessions that you want to follow. Asante.
our speakers ready to do their presentation. So just to confirm, I know Dr. Giacomo is already here with us. Just to confirm, we have Anne Nyandela in the room, please. Secondly, just also to confirm, Peter Hongo in the room. Thank you. Shadrach Ngene, thank you very much. And without much ado, I want to take this time to invite Dr. Giacomo to take us through as our guest speaker. And Giacomo will have 20 minutes of presenting. And the other subsequent presenters will have 15 minutes each. And please, let us try to give them humble time so that they can be able to keep time. I'm very sure we have the timekeeper with us, right? Okay, they should be there shortly. So I want to invite Dr. Giacomo, who is a zoologist over 10 years of experience in behavioral ecology. He is currently in charge of ST team or Save the Elephant team in Kenya. Dr. Giacomo, karibu.
Doesn't seem like my microphone is working. Just a moment. Can you hear me now? Yeah, you can. All right, good morning. Sorry, it's the last day. You're all tired, and we've been hearing a lot about elephants and other animals. Just had a question. How many of you here are students at WRTI or at the Kenyan universities? Are there any students? Okay, not that many, but... And for how many of you is elephants your favorite animal? Oh, a lot of people. Okay, for those of you who don't like elephants, I mean, this is going to be pretty much of a bore, but please bear with me as I go through it. So I just wanted to talk about Save the Elephants as a Kenya-based hub for research and science and conservation science of 30 years. More than 30 years, and the first GPS collars on elephants, actually, I don't know if anyone knows, but were tested in Kenya. So this is science that was first developed here, was first tested here, and studied in this country. And now we have data for more than 300 elephants across Kenya over a period of 30 years that is informing conservation policy and science. And we built quite an amazing coloring expertise in the country, not just Save the Elephants, but all the other organizations that have taken part in this, in the elephant tracking research. Most of you might be familiar with that guy over there. His name is David Dabalen. He's probably the greatest elephant expert in the world, at least according to me. And he has trained people on how to color elephants from all over the world. So thanks to his knowledge of elephants in Kenya, elephants are collared worldwide in a safe and secure manner. And some WRTI students also fit collars on elephants. This one here is Mr. David Lolchuragi, aka Leaderboard, who was also very shy, so I'm sure he's very happy that I put his picture on the big screen. But yeah, you know, it's training available for everyone in country who has an interest for elephants. Leaderboard knows about 600 elephants by himself. Isn't that amazing? Just as you know, people, that's what we say. No one of us can recognize 600 different people. He can recognize 600 individual elephants that live in Samburu. So I won't spend too much time on this. You've heard it from Jake, but you might have heard also about Earth Ranger. In the last few days, Save the Elephants played a key role in developing Earth Ranger thanks to Jake's work. And some of you might be using our tracking app on your phones, should I say iPhones, because it's currently mostly developed for iOS systems, but it is quite an interesting tool. And yeah, you can, just give me a minute for the video to load. You can produce an animation. So in this case, what we're looking at is an elephant called Kawap, who moved from the Mount Nero forest in northern Kenya in a straight line to Mount Kulal just a couple of months ago. So in Mount Kulal, there's not been any elephants for almost 100 years. And with WildTrax, we were able to follow him. I can play it for you again, if it cooperates, but you can see how the elephant went through the Chalbi Desert up to Kulal in a straight line, so he knows where he was going. He drank from a dam and came back. This is done through this app called WildTrax, or Save the Elephants tracking app. It's available to everyone on iOS systems, and it allows us to track elephants across Kenya, north, south, everywhere around the country. Come on. Yeah, so Earth Ranger and WildTrax have provided some incredibly useful practical applications in conservation science. And I just wanted to play you another video where you can see how Earth Ranger and the alerts developed by Jake and the other scientists who work with Save the Elephants can help practical, tactical conservation in the field. So we're going to talk about this bull elephant. His name is Anwar, and he loves destroying Mabadi fences in Archer's Post. And he's now got a collar on, and what we are able to do is to track him and send our team and the KWS Ranger team based at Archer's Post Complex Station to chase him out, as you see here. And once we've been able to chase him out of town and away from fences back into Buffalo Springs National Reserve, after a few times doing this, he learned that. He learned that Archer's Post and the People's Gardens are off limits to him. And this is all done thanks to the application of tracking technology in the field in collaboration with the Kenya Wildlife Service. In terms of further development of tracking studies, we've been developing, again, thanks to the intuition of a Kenyan scientist that you probably all know, Dr. Festus Iwagi, some movement metrics that can inform conservation decisions. One of these is about streaking behavior. Elephants move in a straight line, moves really fast, and move mostly at night through risky landscapes. So elephant movements from GPS collars, as you can see here, can tell us where perceived danger is for elephants. So this map here is for the Nasolot, South Turkana, Kerio Valley ecosystem. And that red you see in the middle, along that thin line over there, is a number of collared elephants moving through an area populated by people, which is perceived as risky, and it's an important corridor. So that kind of metric tells us where the important corridor between protected area, South Turkana, Nasolot, and down in the Kerio Valley and Rimoy are located. Another example, this is a map by our amazing tracking analyst, Mr. Vincent Kipkazi, who has a poster here. Please go and see it, because it's really interesting. We're now talking about the Kenya coast, North Kenya coast, so Lamu, Garissa, and Tana River County. And these are different protected areas, color-coded according to the median speed of elephants during the day on the left and during the night on the right. So we've heard a lot about the Tana River Primate Reserve and Dera Conservancy as safe havens for endangered species like the Tana River colobus and the Tana River mangabe. From here you can see that elephants, they generally move slower during the day in these protected areas and conservancies. But then when you come here at night, especially on the eastern bank of the river, they're moving at very high speed. That is a sign of perceived danger. And we all know that might be a dangerous area for elephants, closer to the Somali border. But Ndera and the Tana River Reserve still retain low night speed. So the elephants are safe there. So that small place, it's a little safe haven for elephants in addition to endangered primates, and a small remnant population that still hangs on along the Tana River. Again, other metrics to study elephant movements and linear infrastructure. We all know that's Tsavo West, Tsavo East National Park, and that green line in the middle is the track of the SGR, which has now been color-coded to reflect the density of crossing per section of 200 meters. Again, this is a methodology developed by Jake, and we now have a whole suite of Kenyan researchers that have been monitoring with WRTI the use of the underpasses. And with tracking data, you can see where it turns along the railway, where it turns yellow and red, where the important areas where several elephants have crossed several times are located. So this is important. Again, it's not just pure science out in the ether, it's applied science for making informed conservation decisions. And it's science done here. It's science led by Kenyan researchers. And this led now to the development of our continental tracking initiative. So this expertise developed in this country is now leading continent-wide research and conservation application of elephant tracking. This map here shows you all the sites where we figured out elephants have been tracked across Africa. And we're reaching out across to all of them to see if we can collaborate and develop movement metrics to inform conservation, mapping, information, data-grounded information on elephants crossing, linear infrastructure, human-elephant conflict, and so on. So, and how can we help fellow elephant trackers? So we've heard from Jake. He's developed this amazing ecoscope system that's available to everyone. And for some of us who like R and programming and scripts, I personally don't particularly like that, but I know a lot of people do. We've developed a few scripts so that you can produce maps with recommendations from us on what should be shown in the map and how to interpret that in R. They're all available on GitHub. I put the link here, but you can ask me later and we can send it to you. And this is an example of maps produced using the R scripts we developed. So this is not Kenya. This is the Central African Republic and the Republic of Congo. So these are collared forest elephants. And we work with WWF, to produce these maps. So on the left, you have a general heat map, where it's red is the high intensity of use. And that's very red spot in the middle is a bai. That's a clearing in the Congolese rainforest where elephants go for food, water, and salt, and other minerals. On the right, you can see the movements of elephants, different individuals in different colors, back and forth from the bai. So forest elephants tracking, this again, in Central Africa, led and in collaboration with local scientists, but led by Kenyan expertise. And well, yeah, we're also not the only ones seemingly interested in tracking technology. You see how this again is our bull elephant Anwar, very interested in our collars at the Save the Elephants Research Camp in Samburu. We don't know why they have such an interest, but it's probably related to olfactory cues. There's male elephant on those collars. Our other line of investigation here is using drones. So again, combining local expertise in elephant behavior with the use of drones as observation platforms to observe elephants from above. This gentleman here is Mr. Gideon Galimogle. He's a researcher in our team. He also knows several hundred elephants individually, and he also flies a drone. So we send him out every day to follow elephants with a drone. And you say, but aren't elephants scared of drones? We've seen a lot of presentations where they've been used to chase them away. Well, it turns out that even if they are scared, they can get habituated to drone. Now, if the video plays, I'll show you something. So, well, the quality is not what I expected, but you see elephants filmed from a drone. And they're perfectly calm, and they're feeding, and we can see what each of them is doing away from a road where they're not very accessible, and they're not reacting to the drone. So this is one of our beautiful matriarchs, Anastasia. She's feeding. What can we learn from this? We can learn how to observe elephants without disturbing them. And you can see there's no disturbance going on at this moment, and we've got a paper coming out very soon that shows how elephants can habituate to drone and how one can observe them from above and look at geometry of the herd, look at what they're feeding on, look at interactions between each other without the observer necessarily being needed to be present close to the elephant. And also, drones, through infrared technology, they allow us to follow elephants at night. We've never done this before. And so, actually, Gideon was flying the drone, and we find out, again, if it plays, this is Samburu National Reserve in infrared at night from a drone. And those dark spots there are elephants. You'll have to trust me, those are elephants. They look like blobs, but they are. And what are they doing? Why don't they look like elephants here? Because they're lying down and they are asleep. And so one important discovery here is by observing elephants at night, we know that late at night, they'll all lie down to sleep in safe places. Now we can compare what happens inside the reserve with what happens outside and see if that changes. Again, what else can we do with drones? So we can use machine learning to identify elephants from drone pictures. You see how this system draws boxes. These elephants are a bit stretched out because the screen is long, but you can still figure out their shapes. And this system can identify with quite high accuracy. You see 99%, 100% elephants in vertical view from a drone. And this is not something we sent to Silicon Valley. This is something done by Kenyan researchers, soon to be Dr. Purity Mugambi, who's a machine learning expert. So why do we want to do this? You see a few dots on the elephants. And if I give you another examples, what are these dots about? So this system automatically puts landmarks on the elephants around the head, along the back, and allows us to measure them, to measure their back length, to measure a lot of other morphometrics of the elephant, and that can tell us the age and the sex of the elephant. So this is a tool for surveys at a larger scale to try and assess the age and sex structure of an elephant population from above. From this we can build some growth curves. In blue you have the males, in red you have the females. Age in years on the x-axis. Not sure what's going on. Okay, we're back. Back length on the y-axis. You can plot that and you can see their growth in back length. The dashed line is from comparing it to a project that was conducted by University of Pretoria and Amboseli Trust for Elephants. And you can see how our drone measurements almost exactly match the previous measurements that were taken from a helicopter, which is way more expensive than a drone. So we've proven that drone can be useful for population, age, and sex structure assessment. You can do the same with the back length, now using the drone from the ground. And again, closely mirrors the growth curve for the Amboseli population, both for males and females. Sad thing you'll notice in these graphs is that we don't have many old males, and that's unfortunately because of, the older males in Samburu. They suffered in the past a history of poaching. They're now safe, and we hope that the younger males will grow to a ripe old age. Last thing with the drone, can we also, in addition to age and sex, can we also estimate the body condition of an elephant? So this is about measuring the surface body area from above of an individual elephant and trying to figure out whether it shrinks or it expands. So whether he's feeding good or is not feeding good. And as you would expect during the drought, he's losing body mass, he's losing condition. We're not there yet, but we feel some answers might be in a very old book which correlated body mass of elephants with size and age and sex. It's called Elephants and the Rabbit. That's from the 60s. So, we like high tech, but we also like low tech. And combining them together might give us good results. And yes, again, you can use the drone as a camera from a car. And this is the beautiful pattern you see of surface body temperature on elephants. So what we're also looking at is at how elephants respond to very high temperature, which might be important in terms of figuring out how they will respond to a warming planet. What's the role of the big ears in dissipating the heat? You can see how much colder they are. They are more on the bluish side, while the rest of the body is on the yellow-red scale, which means hotter. So finally, in terms of our aerial work, what we do with drones can be scaled up to planes. And so one of our objectives is how do we use cameras for aerial service. So I'll be very quick because I only have 1 minute left. We've been using oblique cameras to count wildlife, and we have these pictures here will show you different species hiding under trees. So oblique cameras can give a better perspective from a plane or a more accurate estimate of population size. This is a collaborative effort, and we have a new experimental plane called Savannah. Looks like a big drone. He is flown by a maverick pilot, Mr. Pokogiro. He's glad I'm not showing his face here, but what we are trying here is mounting camera on this plane and trying all these different techniques for population assessment of elephants and other species. And finally, can we do DNA-based surveys? So the problem here is that most of DNA work was based on samples coming out of Kenya, going to other countries with a great loss for this country in terms of data and information. So what we're trying to do with San Diego Zoo and with Impala Research Center is providing a pipeline for DNA sequencing in the country, so the samples don't need to leave. And the process here, and the process is led by our lab technician here, Rispa Kinano. So maybe soon, hopefully very soon, as soon as next year, we can roll it out, these techniques to WRTA and KWS for surveys of elephants, DNA marker recapture surveys of elephants in forests, like Aberdares in Mount Kenya. Just very quickly, other technologies we are proposing and testing with WRTA and KWS are acoustic units to be mounted on collars developed by Professor George Wittmeyer, most of you know him. And can they alert us to gunshots? Can they perceive gunshots and automatically alert us of where the gunshots are and how they're scaring elephants? And okay, yeah, I had another video, but I won't play it this time because time is up. I just wanted to give special thanks to the Save the Elephants research team, and especially to Purity, who is in the foreground in the picture, team picture on the left. Please go and see and listen to a talk. It's coming later today in the afternoon, and it's about tracking and making maps out of elephant movements. And another big thanks goes, I just wanted to say thank you to Ian Douglas Hamilton, because he's been a mentor, not just to us, and a lot of us purpose.
Yeah, thank you, Daktari, and I think that is really, really insightful on elephants. Please, can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you. Without wasting a lot of time, Anne.
Good morning. As I wait for my presentation to be ready, I can just, okay, thank you, it is there. My name is Anne Nyandiala. I work for National Museums of Kenya, and my research focus is on insects, ecology, and biology. And my current research, I'm okay with this. And my current research Thank you. My current research has been funded by WIS Academy for Nature, and I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues. As you can see, their names are there. And my research topic is impact of semicircular water bands on insect pollinator communities in restored rangeland Naibunga Conservancy in Laikipia County. As you all understand and know that Naibunga is a semi-arid land with a lot of difficulty, but hosting a lot of wildlife and livestock. And now there is a project which is going on with the support of this academy and the Naibunga community, plus the Green Earth Warrior, the youths of Naibunga, in support of restoring the degraded land. And now we are coming in as a team from National Museums of Kenya. I'm just part of the team. We were many. We had the entire biodiversity team, which were plant people, insects, mammals, birds, herpetofauna, and fungi. But today, we are lucky to present to the two of us, the plant and the invertebrate team. Now I'm representing the invertebrate. So just a small introduction about semicircular band. This is a small soil-structured, I can call it a natural technology for conserving water and also conserving soil, in terms that it helps to control the runoff. At the same time, it helps to increase the infiltration as a way of restoring the ecosystem and also making habitats conducive for plants to grow. And when the plants grow, we are able to get food for our animals. We are able to restore the ecosystem so that our big elephants and our medium birds, plus the herpetofauna, and the smallest organism, insects, which in most cases people ignore, having opportunity to regrow. Because biodiversity is incomplete without the function of entire ecological systems. So we need to understand that semicircular bands, they are benefit the runoff. As you understand, those who have visited Laikipia County, the soil is packed. When it rains, the majority of our water will not infiltrate, but they will flow to the rivers, which are seasonal or hours. If you have opportunity to visit that place during rainy season, we have several, they are called artificial rivers, or artificial water channel, that they will be overflown within few minutes. Then in the next 2 hours, there will be no water. So the project is really a very important part of the ecosystem because it helps to retain the water so that water can infiltrate and it will increase the microhabitat for organisms to thrive. So semi-arid rangeland faces degradation from overgrazing and climate change. And these are the things that the community saw it wise to come up with this ecosystem restoration behavior or idea to plant, to control the runoff and plant grasses so that this water can be retained. And the organism might utilize this and the plant can grow in such kind of environment. So these degraded lands leads to biodiversity loss, threatened pollinations, and ecosystem services at the same time. Pollination is important ecosystem service that supports vegetation growth. These are the role played by our insects and birds and some mammals. But for now, I'm concentrating on only in insects. As you can see from the picture, these are some of the region which has been planted with, which has been constructed, and some grasses has been planted. But fortunately enough, it's not only the grass were able to grow in such areas, but we had the forbs and also the shrubs, which you can see the goats and the sheep can feed on. So it's a way also of improving the habitat for big animals. However, semicircular water bands intervention helps retain water and restore vegetation, boost biodiversity, but nothing has been done to prove that they really impacted on the biodiversity. So A key question was, how do semicircular bands influence vegetation growth and insect pollinators across the season? So that's where we came in as a team to check on the impact of semicircular bands on habitat quality and pollinators community across the region during dry season and also in the wet season. Also to assess the abundance of a diversity of pollinators in restored rangeland. And lastly, also to establish a baseline for biodiversity monitoring in semi-arid rangeland to guide future restoration effort. So from the picture you can see the kind of land. Up there, these are my colleague, myself, when this project started, the bands were constructed, but there was no recolonization of vegetation or the grasses which was planted. Then after a period of time, you can see when we came, you can see how the band has done miracle things. And there are some grasses that are green along the area. You can see the way now the region looks like. And last down there, you can see the difference. Though it was rainy season in the middle picture, but down there it was another season which was dry, but you can see the land is not bare as compared to the one on top. With the support of WIS Academy and the Naive income for them, and they value their land, and there's nowhere they can go, but just to make it work for them. So they are working hard. The only thing that they need is support and sensitization on what kind of impact the work they are doing. Is it positive? Is it negative? So those are some of the gaps that need to be filled. During our work, the specimen, we just sampled our invertebrate using the standard method of collecting pollinators, where we are using sweep nets, and also we are using our pan traps. So we are using colored pan trap. These are standard methods that are known to most of the entomologists who are in the house, or those who have interacted with them. It's the easiest way of collecting pollinators, because pollinators are attracted to bright colored flowers. As you can see also, I represent the flower today because I'm talking on behalf of the flowers. So the blue, the yellow, and the white, they camouflage the area, so they represent the flower, so they attract the pollinators. And also there are some areas that you have to supplement with the sweep netting, which you try to target, or you do your random sampling or counting. So it's a way of making sure that you collect a good representation of your data, and also you don't become biased with use. But by the time you're using one method, you become biased to some which are not able to be collected using one method. So you have to supplement using sweep nets and also the pan traps. And our result was really amazing, as you can see from my results. During dry season, we managed to collect total abundance of 540, and it increased to 777. It tells you that there are some organisms which are resilient to dry season, and there are some which are not. So the ones which are resilient are the ones you can see that they are there during dry season, but the abundance increased during the wet season. And the richness also, you can see it was double, meaning that they are specific which cannot resist dry season. When there is no resources, there is no food, there is no water, automatically they will disappear, and that's what we call extinction. And this is the diversity. This is the diversity of our organisms, as you can see, 2 and 3, then evenness and the Simpson. Key findings, as you can see, that Hymenoptera, which are the native bees are seriously resistant. They can survive both dry and wet season. This is because that they are able to forage seriously, and they are also resistant to resilient to the harsh climatic and condition of the area. So they are good pollinators. They are good indicated species that if they are there, if you fail to find them in an area, meaning there's a serious problem. Then Coleoptera were also present, though the number decreased. This speaks well that they don't depend on flowers, but they depend on other things like the dry wood, where they can burrow and they can also nest during harsh climatic condition. Dipterans pollinators, these are the flies which are pollinators. you can see during dry season, the population was too low and it increased seriously, meaning that they are really vulnerable to resources. They need food. If there is no enough moisture, no food resources for them, they will disappear. So this also speaks a lot for the Lepidoptera. It's the same across wet and dry. Hymenoptera, which is the unique one now, honeybee. Honeybee was 0 during wet season. And you have to know that this community, they depend on honey for source of income. That's part of their livelihood, because that's where we get, if somebody tells you that I need honey, they will tell you I need honey from the dry areas. This one of the dry areas where we get honey. And during the wet season, there was nothing, meaning the colony collapsed due to lack of and resources, which is the nectar and the pollen. Another thing which was lacking also is the moisture. So meaning the honeybee are sensitive to the moisture. When there is no enough moisture for them, there's no resources, there's no food, the colony will collapse, because these are the ones which we normally have them in our honey, they are reproduced. Sorry. Then also we have the pollinator wasp. Population was also a problem to them. Semicircular bands increase soil moisture and microhabitants in wet season. Vegetation recovery enhance pollinators' richness and diversity in the wet season. Also, strong season effects on honeybee presence and abundance indicate species sensitivity to changing climate and food source. In addition to absence of honeybee during dry season, links to moisture scarcity and limited nectar, leading to colony stress and collapse, the same. Then dipterans and wasps showed dramatic increase. This shows population dynamics are highly structured by the level of resources and availability. However, beetles showed high activity during dry season. Native bee population are constant in dry and wet season. This is a repeat of what I've just said. Recommendation is to scale up the construction and promote vegetation heterogeneity to support diverse pollinators community, livestock and other wildlife community. Also, another one is to integrate bands within homestead for kitchen gardens with traditional vegetable plots for homestead to improve food security, biodiversity, and ecosystem resilience. Healthy rangeland, remember healthy rangeland of Laikipia mean thriving biodiversity and thriving community for pastoral community. Restoration strategies should be multifunctional, ecological, and socio-economic supporting. Thank you to my supporter, WIS Academy for Nature, for partnering and funding. I appreciate my organization, National Museums of Kenya, and support from University of Nairobi for the partnership. And we are grateful for the Green Earth Warriors and the Naibon Community Local for logistic and technical assistance. These are my teammates, and I'm presenting on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and another round of applause for her. I want to invite Peter Hongo. Peter will be presenting on wildlife mobilization and organization in Lake Nakuru National Park. Peter, karibu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm Peter Hongo. I'm going to present on wildlife data mobilization and organization. I think this area is a bit forgotten when we talk of historical data. And I'm going to dwell on historical data mobilization and organization in Lake Nakuru National Park. My name is Peter Hongo. I work for Wildlife Research and Training Institute. So my first slide is, I'm just going to talk about my institute, Wildlife Research and Training Institute. It's a state corporation established under Section 50 of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, number 47 of 2013. It was established to provide coordinated wildlife research and comprehensive data, and this is where my presentation is on. Wildlife Research and Training Institute its headquarters is in Naivasha here, and we have field centers and sub-centers across the country. As you can see in that map, we have our headquarters at the center there with the red dot. Then we have our centers in blue. Then we have the purple, means where we have sub-centers. Then this slide, the historical data mobilization and organization is a process of making data available for use and reuse. This data was used maybe sometimes back, and maybe it was forgotten, and we have to make them available so that we can come up with the trends. And most of the data which are historical are in bad condition. So as a research institution, we decided to come up with, to process these data sets so that they can be manipulated and we can analyze them using GIS and remote sensing, which is also a technology. So some of the sources of this scientific data include big data, we have the historical data, and then the observation data, and also data from sensors. We cannot forget the Earth observation data. Then this is the main slide why we are doing the presentation. Why do we do data mobilization and organization? It is known that wildlife conservation organizations started collecting data a long time ago. And by that time, the technology of getting the spatial data maybe wasn't there. So we find out that the data is there, but it is underutilized. We cannot underuse it because of the condition of the data sets. And this underutilization of the data set is because of the data format. We get data, but these data are in different formats. Some are in UTM, some are in decimal degrees, some are in decimal degrees, minutes, and seconds. And you cannot bring them together. You have to process this data so that it can be used. Data doesn't have the coordinates, the spatial reference. It is not useful. We cannot map this. And then this one has to be the spatial component. We have to get it using maybe GPS. And again, there's also mismatch of the coordinate. If you look at historical data, you find out that the values which are supposed to be on the XY axis, you find them in the X axis. So, and the data which are supposed to be on the x-axis, you find them in the y-axis. So as a GIS person, you have to work out this so that you can be able to have good results. The data sets are also scattered in different locations. You find out that again in different computers. Maybe a scientist collected data using his laptop. This data was not centralized. Data was processed in a desktop. It was not centralized in one place. So this data, maybe at the end of the day, it is forgotten. You cannot get it. So these data are supposed to be brought together so that we can make use of such data. And this is what we did for Lake Nakuru National Park. Then the quality of levels in terms of accuracy, consistency, reliability, and completeness of data is not up to date for those historical data sets. Because when I talk of data completeness, it means that if a data, we want to do the mapping, and the data doesn't have the spatial component, that data is not complete because you will not be able to map and give location of maybe a wildlife species where it's supposed to be. You will not get the actual location. And if you have the location data and you don't have attribute data, then again, that data is meaningless because you have a point and you cannot tell what does that point mean. So data completeness form parts of data quality. levels so that data can, when you share the data, others can also use that data set. So these were the objectives for my project, historical data mobilization and organization, and the second one is to develop a method for organizing existing wildlife statistical data into spatial wildlife data sets. So this is what I came up with, because in Lake Nakuru National Park, we used to have block maps where we just count using roads to count, and you are not able to pin it down to wildlife data. So we managed to come up with the centroid of the central blocks. Then we added XY so that we can be able to present wildlife data as maybe we can be able to map the hard size. Because if data is just, you are mapping only the blocks, you get when you are dealing with science, because a choropleth map will paint the entire block as maybe you are dealing with a species of a rhino, and a block has one rhino, and you paint the entire block as rhino. That one is misleading. So if we have it as a point data, it is a bit representative and concise. So this is part of the results that we are able to come up with. You can, in 2009, you can be able to say block number 1 had a wildlife balance of 1,296. And 2018, that one number reduced because maybe the water level rose in Lake Nakuru. There were floods, and this might have affected the wildlife in that area. The next results is this one of giraffe distribution from the data that we managed to come up with. So the red one gives a hard size of 2018, and the green is 2009 hard size of the giraffe. I picked giraffe and rhino because these wildlife were introduced in this protected area. This one is a black rhino distribution, again 2018 and 2009. And again, you can see the map itself. I managed to use the satellite images to come up with the flood. I compared the flood in 2009 and 2018. Because 2009, that is just before the lake, before the floods. And then 2018, during that time, there were floods. And we are going to do this exercise again next year so that we can start coming up with the trends of floods of Lake Nakuru National Park. So this one gives a distribution of white rhino during the same period. Then these are my conclusions. One, mobilizing and organizing historical data is vital for a national database to support interagency data sharing, again to enhance policy development and informed decision making. Without data, historical data, the current data, you cannot project the future. So it is important that this data, that's why I'm saying that it's vital for national database to support that. And again, the second one is products derived from organized data sets have demonstrated the potential of remote sensing and GIS technologies. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Hongo. And let's give him another round of applause, please. Just as a reminder, as we continue, Please try to keep your questions written so that we can have the presenters at the end for some few questions depending on the time available. So with that, we want to invite Shadrack Ngene, who will do the presentation on digital model for managing human-wildlife conflicts, claims, data collection, and payments in Kenya. Shadrack, karibu.
So thank you, Chair of the session. I think it's great to be here today to make a presentation. I'm Dr. Shadrack Ngene, currently working at the State Department for Wildlife, helping with technical work there. I'm also a principal scientist at WRTI. So I've continued to do science and the policy together. So I'll present some work which began in 2009 when the Ministry of Tourism, no, not 2009, 2019, when the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife established a task force on human-wildlife compensation. And the task force came up with different options of trying to sort out the issues of human-wildlife compensation. And the main reason why that was necessary was because there has been a lot of delay. There has been a lot of delay in compensating victims of human-wildlife conflict in the past. And the reason for that is because most of all the work has been done manually. For those who understand the process, if I can simplify it, is that you start by reporting to KWS station, then an OB is entered by KWS officers on the ground. Then you are given some forms which you fill. Then there is the issue of verifying, KWS going to the ground and filling details about your claim. If it is death, there is protocol. If it's injury, there is protocol and attachment of relevant documents from the police, from the doctors and the like. And after that, we have what we call the county, we used to have, even today we have what we call county compensation committees, whereby these forms are taken. The committee is chaired by the county commissioner with the memberships from different departments within the county and the community representatives, I think 2 or 3. And then that committee sits, looks at the claims, and then they approve the ones they approve, returns the ones they are returning to the secretary, who is the warden at the district county level, and then the approved ones are moved to the ministry. We have a committee called the Ministry Wildlife Compensation Committee, which also sits after getting all claims across the country, looks at them, then proceeds to approve the ones which have all the attachments correct, and then after that, you can have now the process of payment starting for those claims. And I'm telling you, it has been cumbersome, and I think Grace Zale knows how cumbersome it has been, how tiresome it has been, and with limited resources, committees have not been sitting as often as it is required. And because of that, the ministry set up that task force to guide the ministry. What should the ministry do to streamline the issue of human-wildlife compensation, because it was seriously affecting people's livelihoods. And the work we are doing right now, we are doing it with several firms. That is a consortium. We have Pula, we have AB Ethos, and Minet. We pulled together these three, the consortium, because of their different capacities in terms of claims verification and also working with different technologies. and some of them have experience in insurance for livestock and also for crops in other countries. So I've actually explained about the problem, the delays and the like, and you know human population, and this is a huge number with over 500 people having been mostly killed by different species of wildlife. So which means for us to be more efficient, we really need an efficient system whereby we can console with the families which have been affected. And the process is legally recognized in Section 24 of our Wildlife Act, where the minister is given authority to establish such a scheme. So I've talked about the current compensation scheme, and that is the flow of the current compensation scheme from the KWS reporting to the County Wildlife Compensation Committee, CWCC, to the Ministry Wildlife Compensation Committee, and then the payment. And when the Kenya Kwanza government came into place, we found backlog of very many cases amounting to over, I think, 3 or so billion, around 5 billion. But the government has been keen to bring that down. So when the task force came in place, I happened to be the secretary of that task force. So when I went to the ministry in December 2022, I was very keen to see this task force report implemented. And I can say I thank the government for this, because this is among the first task forces to have its report funded fully by the national government. So for now, what we are doing, I think I've talked about those challenges. For now, we are piloting the program in 6 counties. That is Tsavo, not Tsavo, but Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Narok, Baringo, Laikipia, and Meru. And we have a USSD code, and you'll see down, we have a USSD code which we have given to all the community members through education and awareness. You can report your case using a normal phone, using that USSD code. And once that message is logged in, the message goes to a call center or a data center, and that data center allocates that claim to a specific CVO, community verification officer, who is nearer that area. And with that, the CVO will go to the ground, check that case, and fill in details, and I think I'll just jump some slides because I want to show this. The CVO will actually go to the app, and it will start filling in the details about that claim. You can see there is, you select the language, then you send some instructions. That is, it's the person has to consent to the information he is providing. Then you select the type of claim you are sort of reporting, and then you can see you'll be able to select that claim is for which county, and from the county it also goes to the sub-county, to the ward, and then you will feed in the name of the claimant, then the identity, then you will put in the national identity card for that claimant, and then you will put in the number of the affected person, the next of kin, the mode of payment, and then provide, you can see a summary will be provided before this is sent within the system. And so that is sent out, and once that is sent out now, the process of now the back-end verification starts. So the person in the office, in the main central database, we will actually look at all the information which has been fed in by the community verification officer. And if there is anything which is missing, the claim will be returned back to the community verification officer for additional attachments. And normally what is happening is that they will have to scan the ID photo, take a photograph of the claimant, take a photograph of the case being reported, and also, if it's goats, they will take a photograph of the goats which have been killed. If it's a farm, they will take some polygons. And I think you can see this is now showing what the CVO is actually doing as he fills in the data. So the CVO will view all the cases. You'll take the image of the damaged crops. You will also capture the polygon of the farm. You will also submit all the collected information. And after that, this is when now the other person in the main back office will check. And once that is okay, then that claim is approved and it moves to the next level of approval by Kenya Wildlife Service, by the district warden at the KWS. And then once the district warden approves, then it moves to the ministry headquarters. Then we have the approval of that claim by one person. It moves to the PS, he approves. And once the PS approves, an invoice is generated which goes to the IFMIS payment system, whereby now the ministry can start processing payment for that claim. And I just want to show you what we can see. Once you log into the system, this is what you'll see. For the managers, we can actually visualize all this. You can see how many claims are pending with the CVO, pending by consortium, pending by KWS wardens in the field, and then pending with the chief finance officer, pending with head of accounts for payment. And the summary of what has been provided or what has been paid is provided there, because you can see so far around 17 million has been paid. Generally, you can navigate on this column, the first column there. You can navigate through that column and you can move around and get information of what you want from the online system. So I will not talk about the sustainable financing, but I will talk about the alignment with the better pillars. So digitizing is one of the pillars of the current government. The use of SMEs through creation of jobs by employing the CVOs, and then compensation for farmers. This is providing some bit of food security. And then PPP is also another pillar, and also addressing issues to do with climate change and promote coexistence between people and wildlife, and all nature is part of the better pillars. So in a nutshell, we are almost towards the end of the pilot period, and we aim to roll out the program in the entire country before the end of the year. And we are taking about 30 to 60 days to have the claims settled, and we can settle these claims either through M-Pesa for any claim which is less than 100,000, or internet banking for any claim which is more than 100,000. And then we are also improving on the technology to reconcile the payments, what has been paid and what has not been paid, so that we make sure that anything which is paid is packed and there is no double payments. And we are also working on the security of the same, so that we prevent fraud. And if you can look at this, you can see we have the rejected claims around 6,314, amounting to over 75 million. So which means the system is foolproof, and we would want to have it rolled out to minimize the extent of accepting fraudulent claims in the system. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Daktari. I think let's give him another round of applause for such a very, very, very important topic. And I think if you look at our session, it's actually a very diverse session. We have heard about elephants and the good work that Save the Elephant are doing, trying to give us the information about elephants. Then after elephants, we have heard about the insect pollination in relation to semicircular bands technology, which is very, very important as well. And then we have also heard about the data mobilization and organization from WRTI. And I think this is also very important because, you know, if we don't organize this data, we can collect data all over the place, and it might not be of use to us in any way. And then also in terms of wildlife conservation, I think all of us agree that one of the very important critical session is the human-wildlife conflict, and we want to thank the ministry for coming up with a digital way of managing these claims. And I think that is really, really appreciated. Without much ado, I want to invite all the presenters, please come over here, so that we can have a very brief session. We are not doing very well in terms of time. And I want to invite all the presenters in front here so that we can see what we can be able to manage in terms of question and answer.
I'm on standby here as well. If you have a question, please shoot up your hand. I'll locate you.
Yeah, so as they settle down, I want to kindly apologize that we are only going to give very, very, very critical 3 first questions because of time. The MC is there, so we already have one hand there. Dr. Shege is there. One last one. Let's start. Okay, fine. We are good to go. Yes.
Mine is very quick to Dr. Gene. Who pays the CVOs? Thank you.
Labda urudie, umeweza kupata hiyo?
So the CVOs are being paid through the consortium with government money. So the management of the entire system, that's why we got scheme administrator who is being paid by the government to do the scheme administration. And we have a contract implementation team at the ministry which sits with the consortium to discuss the progress of the work and also to give input of how the design should be, and then they will go back and do the coding.
Thank you. My question goes to Anne. I wanted to know if there's a specific size for the semicircular bands that are being used to restore the rangelands, and also how long do they keep water to allow the plants to grow? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The size should be around 2 to 6 meters. Then the design of construction, it's a dome shape facing the slope. And also the time, it depends with the soil type in the rangeland or where you are doing the restoration. So it depends also with the size of the dome that you're going to construct. It will control how much amount of water will be controlled or also to be retained. So it depends with the soil type and the size. And the right size is 2 to 6 centimeters. It should not be too small or it should not be too big. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Julius from Tawiri, Tanzania. I have a question to Dr. Ngene. how do you control cheating or collusion of the community verification officer with affected people? Because listening to you, it appears he or she goes alone as opposed to having verification committees. Thank you.
So, thank you for your question. The verification officers are controlled in different ways. One, you have to log in a GPS location of where you are going. And you have to take photographs. For example, if it is 6 goats, you should take a photograph and upload it with the time for the day you are taking the photo, and it should also be GPS enabled, upload it in the system. And the reason why we brought in the insurance people is they know how to do the verification of such claims. And that's why once the CVO picks all the information, first of all, it goes to a central place and it is checked by those verifiers, and it is only sent to KWS for approval. Once it is verified, it is a genuine claim, and you can see already with the rejections, some of them were double reports, some of them were claims which were outside the area the person was saying, that some of the CVOs have been chased away once you are noted not to be genuine or to be honest. So that bit, that's why the insurance company is there, because they have the experience of verification.
Good. I hope there is no any burning question that we have left out. But I'm seeing one hand, I think it's burning. So just 1 minute, please, for your question. Yeah, very fast.
Can't see the hand?
Yeah, it's there.
All right.
Thank you to all presenters, and my question goes to Dr. Gene. I'm presenting a case that looks a bit hypothetical but might be true. Suppose I had a bad interaction with a wild animal sometimes back in 2009 when you didn't have that elaborate system and I want to launch a claim. Is that possible?
No, for the OD claims, we are still using the OD system, so you cannot lodge it with this system. It will be automatically rejected.
Yeah, with the interest of time, I want to appreciate, and I want all of us to appreciate the presenters. And thank you so much, guys, for the good work that you are doing. And we look forward to have the audience interacting with you one-on-one on break time and maybe answer many more other questions or concerns. Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Good. With that, I want to hand over to the MC and give us the direction to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair of the session, Bona Daniel Latoye, and member of the board. And yes, tea is served right at the exhibition tent. We have 15 minutes for that, so 11:25. And according to the program that you have in your booklet, we're back for the session before lunch. So there's a parallel session of breakouts that, and I see Paul is here to run with the next one. So head on for your health break and tea. If you are a presenter for any session after this and you haven't submitted it, please do. The team is waiting on that. Asanteni, enjoy your tea.
and all these are technologies. So in the next like an hour or two, we'll be listening to a number of presentations from different experts here. And please write your questions down, because at the end of it, we'll have a Q&A session with the presenters who will be seated in front here. So please feel free to engage once we reach to that session. So without further ado, I would like to invite, we'll have a bit of a miss, we don't have Faith. Is Faith Thomas in the house? Faith Thomas? Just the last call. So Faith Thomas is not here, and we have one pre-recorded presentation. So we are moving a bit of presentations up and down. And to kick us off, we'll have Dr. Dickens Odeni, who will be presenting on unveiling temporal and taxonomic patterns on biodiversity data sets in Kenya, identifying trends, gaps, and opportunities for the future. So Dickens, welcome. Take us through.
Thanks a lot, Paul. My name is Dickens Oden. I work with WIS Academy for Nature. It's a biodiversity expert, land and water. I would like to take you through the insights that I've had on the Kenya biodiversity data. I started interacting with this data a long time ago, now almost 2 decades. And there are issues that has actually not been resolved, which actually we need to take cognizance of. And as a country, how can we really try to harmonize and also be at par with the international standards that are required. And with my insights on the data itself, one of the product that I'm presenting is the temporal and the spatial and temporal biases that actually we observe on this data. And I will be looking at some of the spatial temporal and also taxonomic biases, and looking at how maybe those biases can actually affect the planning and conservation, and finally how maybe to enhance the biodiversity data for effective conservation. So I would just like to look at 3 biodiversity data shortfalls that are actually explained, which actually my work covered. One of the shortfall is on taxonomic shortfall, which is known as Linnean shortfall. And this actually look at the taxonomic biases. And the biases that relates with it concerns about the undescribed data and also the knowledge that is actually deficit with that kind of species. Then we have the spatial shortfall, which is known as the Wallachian shortfalls. And this is actually concerns with the geographical distribution, the coordinates that actually is attributed to the species when data is collected. And we have the Prestonian, which is more related to the temporal. And with all these biases, in one way or another, it affects the way these data are used for conservation and also planning. So these are key areas that I'll be looking at. And with that itself, I would just want to take you through. I went through this data itself, tried to clean it, and also tried to map out the spatial patterns, the temporal patterns, and also looked at the taxonomic structure of this data, which I will just present at a higher level. Then the gap that are associated with it, combined the spatial, temporal, and taxonomic to look at how maybe the gaps can actually be filled at different levels of studies. So one of the insights on this data actually is on the spatial biases which most of this data, actually you'll find that they were collected closer to areas like roads, accessible areas, or accessible drainage basins. So the basin with the high accessibility actually has more data counts or data points in GBIF data. And you'll find also the conservation areas also are leading in terms of the data collection representations. We have the biases that relates to the basins, and at the river and the Lake Victoria basins are actually leading with the number of data counts. And this is actually attributed to the spatial, the accessibility, closeness to even Nairobi. And the western side, the Lake Victoria, has more networks and more accessible. But with Ewaso Nyiro basin affected adversely because of the inaccessibility, and I think from our knowledge we know that the insecurity also has marred this area and affected also the accessibility. So with that itself, we look at now the species distribution, which actually the species richness, how maybe some of the spatial biasness or biases has attributed to the richness that we see on our maps or on our data. So we have most of the southwestern part of the country and part of the central areas having more rich data, and the northern part or the northeastern part, because of the spatial or accessibility issues, have very low species richness. And with this, actually, we look at the spatial, the temporal biases, where we see most of the data actually started trickling in or submitted from 1970s to 1990s onwards, and this data collection has actually picked up. But then this is a temporal representation of the data that we have on a decadal intervals. But then we have this data, in as much as it has actually been shooting up, we have the biases on the taxonomic. As time passed by, there is actually key issues on taxonomic biases that you can observe. One, actually, the biases on the animals rather than the plants itself and other kingdoms that we look at. And then within the animal, we have the chordata, which is actually overrepresented by birds, but and also mammals to some extent. But the reptiles and amphibians are less represented in this data. And we also have the taxonomic data that we look at, and we try to look at how the taxonomic data are distributed across the period, the decadal intervals. And you can see on these sides, the areas like we have the taxonomic hierarchy class and also the decadal intervals. And you can see that the birds, which are the aves, are actually overrepresented in the decadal observations. So most of our data, most of our studies have actually been based on birds and to some extent mammals. So with this, we can say that birds and mammals have actually been favored in most of the studies. But then we have some of the areas like the protected areas, which are also biased, are actually favored also. But the areas that we have in the northern, northeastern and northern part have very poor data representations. So with this, then we also look at how the trend itself has been. But the trend itself can only be attributed to certain group of species or or taxonomic hierarchy. With these biases that we have, we can actually say that the underestimation of the ecological value of certain landscape can actually lead to infrastructural development, agricultural expansion, or settlement in biodiversity hotspots that should be conserved. So that lack of knowledge or biases can actually create an impression that the species or the area is not an important area for a species or habitat. And also, with the observations on the biodiversity shortfalls, we find that we can actually detect some of the changes, and we can notice even local extinctions and even the spread of invasive species if data is well kept historically. So that is how now addressing the issue of shortfalls, biodiversity shortfalls, can actually help us in complementing our conservation and also planning. We have also in modeling where we have a lack of data affecting even the predictions of the species that are modeled either in response to climate change. And we also have gaps that can compromise appreciation of key habitats and also corridors and species itself. That makes now the conservation networks ecologically incomplete. Then biodiversity shortfall also limit accurate reporting for frameworks like CBD, SDG, and Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that actually weaken the accountability and strategic global response for our country. So how can we enhance the biodiversity or actually address the biodiversity shortfalls? One, we need to think of moving forward, think of addressing the temporal gaps to improve the accuracy of biodiversity data over different time periods for better analysis. We also need to improve on the spatial coverage, especially the northern part of the country, which is underrepresented. We need to really move into those areas to see how maybe certain species which have not been discovered can be addressed. We also have the issue of taxonomic incompleteness, which actually the taxonomists need to be engaged, because if you don't know something, you will not actually even conserve it. Then we have the issue of data quality that should be strengthened so that the conservation planning and research priorities can be effected in the country. I think those are the insights. If you go in the data, the GBIF data, you can actually see a lot of issues. But this is just part of the issues that I can present with just the overall observations or scrutiny of the data. Thank you very much for the time and the ears you've given me. Thanks.
Thank you, Dickens. Clap for him. So you have seen issues of data. In the morning we talked on the Earth Ranger trying to pull in data sets coming from different patrols and application of those elements of integration of technology. So thank you, Dickens. Next we'll have Walter representing Agnes on the bands. Then after that we'll have Faith Thomas Mpondo who will present after that. So Walter, karibu on the semicircular bands for restoration and rangeland, for restoration in rangelands within Naibunga. Karibu.
Good morning. Yeah, I want to share on semicircular bands, but touching on vegetation in Naibunga. So what are really these bands? Okay, that is just, okay. That is the outline of what I'm presenting. And Naibunga community is in Laikipia, Kenya. The vegetation actually is a mixture of forest, woodland, wooded grassland, and grasslands, and influenced by many environmental factors. And grass is the main energy source and food for both animals, degraded lands. They are laid generally at right angles, touching on water flow. Because if you look at the lands, you will actually see how they are laid. And the objective of this was to at least document plant diversity, assess specific ecological indicators in the rangeland recovery and restoration, and assess also the conditions of these bands and build capacity for the local communities actually to champion this going into the future. That is where Naibunga is. Actually, is in Laikipia. We undertook the studies in 6 sites: Lorubai, Burtany, Nkirashi, Losupkai, Munichoi, and Loika. So the design, that's essentially how the bands is almost a half moon structure. Then it is planted with plants. So assessments go inside the bands, the one by one, and outside the bands. And the general cover is on a 20 by 20 dimension. So essentially, if you look at that, results on vegetation recovery. If you look at the left stretch, most of the ground when these bands were laid were essentially bare. And they were laid and dug intentionally to do certain things. First, to reduce the water flow. Then, like just in rainwater harvesting, it captures that water. That essentially helps improve infiltration. And when you are talking about vegetation as the primary producer, essentially it will start from a seed. And these bands were seeded with some 2 grasses, one called Masai love grass and one called sen grass. And the seeding, before a seed germinates, it requires 3 principal environmental factors. One is moisture, then adequate temperature, and then oxygen. So most of these lands, because of the impactation, the oxygenation actually is reduced. The water flow is enhanced. So this mechanism helps reduce that flow of water to help it go, and as it infiltrates, that is the working of the band, actually it reduces the high temperatures in these dry lands to cooler regions, which actually promotes the establishment of the primary producers. So by that, germination is enhanced, and when germination is enhanced, at some point, the mid-colonizers will also adopt, then the late colonizers. So that is how the range is improved. So looking at the 2 stretches, the left one, the bands were just established. After the rains, you see all animals, both domestic and wild, they see the greens, and that is where they go. Even elephants, they at times wash themselves with soil, and they also damage several bands in those areas. So specifically, the bands increased the species because of improved establishment, because of the moisture, regulated temperature, to that specific temperature for germination of these plants. Now, at the start, I'm going to talk about the percent bare. 45 100% bare. But bare also goes with cover. So the percentage, they alternate. So percentage bare, after the intervention, the bare land was reduced. And in terms of general species, we established, because this is just the initial stages, the program is still on, we identified 133 species from 33 families, and essentially some you find the browsing or grazing has been done to some plants. They exist, but they are beyond recognition for taxonomic evaluation, but they exist. But with the time, the diversity, I hope, will still improve. With some little controls, much could be achieved. In terms of indices, yes, in scientific terms, species richness at times changed inversely, but generally, after the dry wet season, there was increased species diversity and richness. And one problem is when that richness is there, then the concentration also on browsing and grazing targets the enriched areas. So multiplying this would actually try to mitigate that concentration on one particular stretch, as several could actually help in releasing pressure in some of this. Yes, we can, before I conclude, can say that these bands actually enhanced establishment of reseeded grass species and other plants, because the initial ones which were introduced in the bands enhanced water infiltration. And in soils, even when Anne talked about insects, insects do store their food in the soil, and most of their food are seeds. And with the right temperatures and water or that moisture, then they germinate. Once they germinate, they will attract more diversity starting from insects. Insects will attract birds, and that continuation, other animals. You know, when it is shining and you go out here, you will tend to a shade. We are here covered by this. So what happens? This other biodiversity also tends to where there are vegetation, and without vegetation, we cannot talk about conserving all these animals we are talking about. So just some pictorials. The level, as much as there is dryness, at least vegetation is there. There was germination and establishment. So the pressure, as much as it is released, so that going into this project further, maintaining these bands and enhancing infiltration, because some of the soils you have hard pans which increase a lot of water flow. And when water flows, it carries this soil and seeds into the lagers, because these storms, if you are in those areas, you find there is a torrential rain, all of a sudden the lagers are full, you cannot cross, but it goes with soil layer and even some seeds. So when that is reduced, it gaps and more plants and vegetation get established. So in conclusion, semicircular bands positively influence species establishment, diversity, and enrichment. So these bands, they form the basis for future monitoring. This is a journey of 1,000 miles, start with one step, and the positivity in it. And from experience there, it has positivity, and locals are also just doing them in other areas where they were not there, because they are motivated. They have seen that plants which were established actually flowered at a season, and when plants flower, the honey gatherers and farmers, bees and livestock also, they benefited and the harvests were huge. And those ones progressively could be quantified to at least this value of biodiversity conservation and other aspects and approaches. And specific targets, building capacity in these local communities will be essential, more community for sustainability. I acknowledge those avenues and thank you.
Thank you, Walter, and on behalf of your colleagues. So these semicircular bands are also called half moons. So conservation is also going to the moon. In astronomy, because in some areas in Amboseli they call them half moons. So next we'll have Faith, as they are setting it up for you. Welcome. So Faith, you can be telling us who you are, where you are from, and whether Mama Suluhu still likes Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Impondo. I'm from the University of Dodoma, that is located in Tanzania's capital city of Dodoma. My research interest is working on biodiversity, insect pollinators, pollinators ecology, and studying pollinators and plant interaction. So today I'll be presenting our research work from the East Usambara Mountains that are located in northeastern part of Tanzania on behalf of my co-authors. That work is titled Farmers' Knowledge and Perception on Pollinators, Understanding Their Importance, Threats and Role in Pollination and Implication for Conservation in East Usambara.
The presentation is having temperamental issues. How is Mama Suluhu? She's fine?
So it's not opening.
It's not opening, but meanwhile, let them try. Imefunguka. It's open? The new one.
Okay, so this is our presentation that I'll be sharing with you today. So this is the outline of our presentation, starting from the introduction up to the conclusion. So by introduction here, there was also previously some sessions on pollinators, and by now we all know how important these organisms are to our ecosystems because they are performing this very important task of pollination. And most of our plants, whether the wild plant species, whether our crops, they are all depending on pollinators. And globally, we do have a variety of pollinators ranging from the insects, birds, up to the small mammals. However, it is agreed that insects are the mostly dominant pollinators, and within the insects, the members of the Hymenopteras, then these are including the bees, they are the mostly popular pollinators. So why we have decided to do this research? So globally, there are a lot of reports on the declining in pollinators populations. And for instance, for us in Tanzania, there's some work that have already been conducted to study and monitor pollinator populations. For instance, there are some efforts that have been done by our colleagues from College of African Wildlife Management, Mweka, but also there are some pollinators projects from the Tanzania Wildlife Research Institution, Tawiri. But because Tanzania is a very large country, and we do have a large diversity of habitat as well, so still more efforts being needed to study pollinators. So that is why we have decided to do this work in the Eastern Arc Mountains, which these mountains are one of the biodiversity hotspots in Tanzania, especially even including this Amani Nature Reserve, where we collected our data. So these are the biodiversity hotspots and is among the threatened ecosystems in terms of habitat fragmentation due to a lot of activities. So we decided to do this work because we can, in order to avoid losing even some species before they are even being discovered. So our objective, we aim to, the overall objective of our study, we aim to promote conservation of pollinators through understanding of their feeding ecology. So this is like understanding the pollinator and plant interactions, but also to understand community awareness in the Amani Nature Reserve. Specifically, we wanted to assess the community awareness of a variety of pollinators, their benefits and their role in pollinating the wild plants, but also crops in the area, and also to determine plant species, both for the crops and for the wild plant species that are visited by pollinators during the flowering period. So this is our study area, which is Amani Nature Reserve that is located in the east of Sambara. As I've mentioned earlier, talking about the fragmentation, you can see even in the map that we do have some villages that are located within, in the forest. So as this work is still ongoing, but so far we have done some work in studying these three villages, Shebomeza, Mlesa, and Mikwinini, that are already within the forest, but also will cover also some other villages that are within the periphery of the forest. So for the case of methodology, we had a combined methods by having like a community survey, but also we did like a field sampling. So purposively, we aim to target the farmers. That is where we did like a 120 interviews, but also we had some focus group discussion by some of the respondents. During our interviews also we used some good quality of printed pictures of some of the popular pollinator groups available in the area. So we used to show these pictures to our respondents, and then we asked them, do you know this plant species? How do you call it? What are the benefits? What are the threats? And so on. So we do this one. This study covered the insect pollinators, but also sunbed pollinators. So we did the same, having the pictures for the insects and also having the pictures for the sunbeds as well. So for the sunbeds, these are some of the sunbed species that were included and covered within our interviews. Apart from that also, apart from the community survey, we also did a field survey through studying pollinator plant visitation and also sampling pollens from the pollinators' bodies. So for doing that one, we established transects and quadrats within, and that one were used for trapping the insects using the sweep nets for the insects, pollinators, and then we use mist netting for the sunbed pollinators. So once these sunbeds and these insects were trapped, then they were brushed. We used to brush off their bodies in order to recover any pollen that were attached to their bodies. And ideally, we wanted to understand that which plant species also they used to visit during foraging. So the recovered pollens were mounted on slides and later on were taken to the laboratory at the University of Dodoma, whereby they were being identified, and we prepared even a pollen atlas of the area. For analysis, we used a combination of two softwares. We used SPSS for the community surveys, but then we used RI for understanding the pollinator plant visitation and the construction of the pollination networks. So these are the results for the demographic characteristics of our respondents. but then I'll go straight to the pollinators for the community ability to identify the insect pollinators pictures that were shown to them. So from the graph here, we can see that the butterflies from the family Papilionidae and the honeybee Apis mellifera, those ones were the most popular pollinators that were recognized by the community, by peoples in the area, while the wild bees or the native bees from the family Lasioglossum, this one was the least recognized pollinators, followed by the hoverflies. So most of the community were not aware that they could not recognize this one. For the sunbird, with respect to community ability to identify, so you can see that majority of the respondents were capable to mention that this is a sunbird. And locally in the area, they call all the sunbird like Msozi. So every pictures, they mention that this is Msozi, the Msozi, and the Msozi. So for this aspect, we could not really capture the variation between the individuals because they were all identified as Msozi, using the common local name. Coming to the benefits, asking how do you think pollinators are important to you and the willingness to conserve. So you can see that tourism was mentioned as the most popular benefit, and this is because the reserve also receives, a man nature reserve usually also receives a good number of tourism as well. So this is some of the pollens that we retrieved from the bodies of our pollinators. For instance, on the left there, you can see the pollen of Syzygium aromaticum. That is a carafoo, a most common spicy crop. And this one is for Diambega, using the local name. So from this pollen collection and the observation of the visitation, we managed to compute pollinator plant visitation in the area. So these are the pollinator plant interactions showing the insect species and the visitation to a respective plant species. From here, basically you can see, for instance, for the honeybees, you can see that the box is a little bit wide, the black box. So this indicates that this is more like a generalistic pollinator visiting a large number of plants within the area. Coming to the computation of, so this is like the computation of how healthy or how viable these networks are within the area. So you can see that in terms of connectance, you can see that we got a value of 0.53. So this is indicating a good connectance within, it means the interactions are still good, but also the network is robust, meaning that this ecosystem is also a good resilience to disturbances. So for the sunbird also, this is the network that we have been constructed from the sunbird here. So you can see, for instance, the olive sunbird. This one has been observed to visit a lot of plant species in the area, but we do have some other species, for instance, C. usambaricus, which has which was observed to have a kind of limited visitation to some of the plant species. So if we check in terms of connectance, in terms of interaction proportion, you can see that with the respect to sunbirds, the connectance is, we say moderate, is slightly moderate. However, with the robustness, then it falls within these values. So in summary, what can we say with respect to our study and our observations so far? We concluded that the communities in the area, they do have limited ability to identify other pollinators apart from the butterflies and the honeybees, the Apis mellifera. But also we need to build capacity of these communities to understand the variation in the sunbird species, especially to understand that they do have this different even conservation status. And also we need to communicate about the broader pollinator benefits for different groups. For instance, from the interaction networks, we noted that the Lasioglossum or the wild bees, they show a good visitation to very good pollinators of their crops like the Syzygium aromaticum in the area. So based on our findings, we conclude that there's a need to promote community knowledge and the awareness on the variety of pollinators, their behavior, and their role in the ecosystem. So this marks the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot for listening, and I would like to appreciate this organization for supporting our work and their participation in this conference as well. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much, Faith. Very interesting presentation on pollinators. Do you know watermelon is 95% dependent on pollinators? Do you know that? So if you don't have a pollinator, you can only harvest 5% of your produce. So if you remove pollinators in the system, watermelons will not have your favorite fruit as we had during our break time. So thank you very much, Faith. Next we'll have Cyrus. Please come forward. We're now moving to the realm of spatial data management and metadata, and also including spatial information. So Cyrus, karibu. As you're setting up, munajua karafuu ni nini? Karafuu. Good. Tunajua Kiswahili. We also know that. So karafuu is cloves for those who don't know. Thank you very much, Faith. So we'll have Faith. You can be introducing yourself as I set up your presentation.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Cyrus Kavwele. I'm a postdoctoral research based at the University of Glasgow. And I am from Kenya, but I work in Serengeti ecosystem with word-based. So they form my model study site and species respectively. And today I'm here to unpack my study on real-time classification of animal behavior. Just to sort of contextualize that, it's just a system that works like the way we have the GSM or the mobile phone, and you're able to send a message or an information to someone, and they receive that in a near real-time scenarios. So we're trying to see whether we can replicate that and develop a system or prototype that we can adopt. Perhaps you could try, for those from Kenya, with your M-Pesa, and I'll tell you if I get you a message and it's after how many seconds. Maybe away from money matters, let's get back to science, and yeah, I think it should be ready.
Should be coming up shortly.
Yeah, no problem.
It's called technology not talking to each other. So, yes. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Yeah, if I would request you could bring Annie to set the pace. So, as I've said, I work mostly on movement ecology and collective behavior, and really looking at how we can use cutting-edge technology to advance what we know about animals. So, one of the things that we see quite common is a massive transformation of landscapes. And here I'm showing two landscapes. I can see it there, but not here. There we go. Currently we are facing a lot of ecological crisis, and what I'm showing you, there are two landscapes which are quite distant from each other, but something is clear, that what is outside and what is inside, it's totally different. There's that contrast in terms of landscape level, community configurations. But what is unclear from these is we don't know what these causes to animals in in the immediate time, or maybe in 3 days or a week or a decade. So the cause most of the times and the effect are related, but partially separated in both time and space. Luckily, for animals that can move around, they are able to ameliorate this effect by looking for resources, while least trying to evade or avoid predators. For instance, lions or wild beasts, they are able to move around the ecosystem and track phenological phases throughout the year. But when you look at it closer, like this is the edge of Serengeti, the western side of Serengeti, some of these, clear distinctions between what's inside and outside are quite rare. And here you see people, one landscape that is human dominated or human modified, and another one that is still in its pristine conditions. But over time, what we've realized, this paper that was published in Science, at the edges, we also have a lot of degradation, which tends also to affect resilience of this ecosystem. For instance, what we see blue here It's just parts, animal parts that have been established over time. And what means that we're losing these ecosystems also from the edges. But that's something that we see after some time. Perhaps animals go to these places, we don't know what they do when they are there. So we're also interested in looking at using a different approach. For instance, this paper that came out in 2022, we used a series of cameras and set it different boundaries of Serengeti. Either it was bordering a hard boundary, and a hard boundary here I mean an area that transitions from a human modified to the ecosystem, or it borders a buffer zone. So what we see in this panel, A, B, and C, so A and B are hand boundaries, and you can see that clear distinct over where we have the boundary is the black line, and you can see both sides of that black line. You can tell which one is modified, which one is still in pristine conditions. But the other one, C, that's a buffer zone. And what we found is quite interesting, that migratory species in Serengeti were moving away from these areas. So the cause is happening at the edge of the conservation area. But the effect, we see it inside, but this is after some time. So they use these areas infrequently. But in areas where we don't have any disturbance, or we have, soft boundary like C, we don't see that change. Going forward, inside is not that rosy as well. We have lots of tourism lodges that are coming up. And as shown in this, and this data that was published by one of our collaborators about what influences location of a lodge in Serengeti is primarily the viewership maximization. But here we can also see the white blobs that are showing areas of high tourism activities. So again here, these are good areas, maybe what beasts are using them, but we don't know what they do when they are there because we lack that data or systems to help us collect that near real-time information. So that was our motivation, and then we asked ourselves, then if that is the case, then how can we use high-resolution data to provide fine-scale behavioral insights? And so we sort of came up with this concept of near real-time classification using edge machine learning and long-range Internet of Things, which I'm going to unpack in a few seconds. So we were lucky because in Serengeti we have TANAPA and Frankfurt Zoological Society. They do have this elaborate system of LoRa technology that they use to monitor the traffic of the vehicle and also key species such as rhino. And then they have a control center, a live feed center where they're able to sort of advise the guys on the ground, concentrate on this area or check on these people, they are doing this and this. So essentially setting up a system like this is quite expensive, but if you have it, then you maximize its use. So we were lucky to have it, and they allowed us to bring our technology on board. But then another challenge was getting a collar that would do what we wanted. Most of these collars that we have currently, they will give you one stream of data, potentially the relocation data, and finally you're able to construct a trajectory of this animal. But we wanted something else. We wanted to combine two data streams. One that gives us that trajectory as well as what the animal is doing at that particular time, or within a very short time frame. So we checked around for companies that have been in the business, and we could not find something that we could work with, potentially because they don't have market for that. And the only option was to go bespoke, come up with something that is custom built. And we bought all these different breakout boards that we see here and connected them to form a single unit, and also designed, the aspect ratio of the screen is sort of stretching this thing a bit, the casing as well. So this one was fully designed, and these are parts, we just bought one, in pieces from different companies. So what we have there, Roman 1, is the blue board that was able to provide us with Bluetooth, and I'll mention why that was the case. Roman number 3 is our GPS unit, and Roman number 4 is our IMU, and I'm calling it IMU because it's also a combination of two sensors, one that records data in 3 planes, and also something like yaw, pitch, and yaw. And then with this, we combined with a BioThin that we also bought and did all the measurements and developed this. And we also have a counterweight here that helps to keep, the collar in position so that it's always can get enough sunshine to keep it powered. Then going forward, we also realized, okay, we have a challenge of getting a system that we can use tiny machine learning models and load on it so that we can be able to do this real-time classification. But thankfully, we have Arduino library that uses tiny machine learning. These are just small models that you're able to load on a microprocessor. If you like, you can call it a mini computer. They are low power chipsets, and it's able to classify these, whatever you are interested in, and output those predictions. So for those who are familiar with this, you could use this TensorFlow or PyTorch. So we developed this simple model that's a convolutional neural network, not as advanced as the ones we use for the ChatGPT. Those are transformers. They are very transponders. They are very hierarchical and very heavy because they also need lots of servers to run them smoothly, and they use lots of data. So we had this one with a few layers, and we are able to do our classification. So essentially what we needed is raw data from our AMU that fed into hidden layers that extract the features, and finally it's able to predict what an animal is doing, and we had those 4 behaviors of interest. But before we could do all this, we also needed data to train our model, and we thought of places we could go. Obviously, Serengeti was not one of them, given our experience there. You data WordBees, you release it, you have it for maybe less than 2 minutes, and it gets back into the herd and you lose it. We tried and it could not work. Thankfully, we have this nice launch about 45 kilometers from Arusha town called Kiligov. That's down, the photo down there is from their website showing the fancy place. And then one section, they have this captive population of wild among other species like zebras and elands. So we went, captured these 6 individuals. They were it was a bit dry here, and so they were really struggling, but when we started the real monitoring, we had rain, so they were picking up very well. We collared 6 of them, and we started monitoring. So essentially what was happening is we have an animal there that's doing the activity that we're interested in, and we are also recording what is happening. So for example, this is a short clip showing the data coming in using the Wi-Fi board that I showed you, because Wi-Fi is very good for streaming things like high volume data, but it doesn't work well with long distances. That's why we are able to we use Wi-Fi here. So in Serengeti, we swap the board that I showed you with the one that's ideal for this sort of work. So we had lots of data after several hours of observation. I think we had around 50 hours of observation, and this is what we got, a confusion matrix of our model, the CNN, and we were quite happy to see that the model was very good at picking grazing because of the pitched angle. That was really nice, but all the other classes were also classified quite well, but we were a bit worried about standing and lying because they sort of same, they have, the gait will be almost the same. And this is because in a system like where we did this work, we didn't have predators. So these animals don't remain vigilant for quite some time, but the model was good at that. Then, we went to Serengeti with a modified collar that I showed now with a LoRa board, and we collared 8 individuals. The collar was now collecting behavioral data alongside the location of that time, and this was supposed to, at the hour, switch it on, collect, first get the fix of GPS, fix of that location, and then record data for the next 30 minutes, then process that data on board, and spend the next 20 minutes uploading if you are in range. If not in range, we had a functionality that said, save this data and upload it when next. But then we also had to use these other bits of shrinking or condensing data, and lots of all those data you saw, we could only get, what we got in our end is this 00011011, so binary digit. And the reason for this, we wanted to shrink this data so that we can be able to send it over long distances. And also, there are these packet rates or packet data rates that we have to adhere to. So for us, we wanted everything to be under 51 bit rate or byte size, so that we're able to use the strongest signal and send the data over long distances, because again, the gateways are quite some distance from each other. Right, and then we were happy to see some fast of our data, and one thing that we did was some sort of sanity check. Remember, we wanted now to see whether our classifier was really doing what we intended it to do, and we could not go back to the field and validate this method. So we looked at the data that we had and said every hour we get a location, so throughout the day we can get our, we can calculate how this animal has been moving. Then look at that time frame and say what proportion of that behavior was walking. And if it says it was doing a lot of walking, we validate that with distance walked between points, and it comes out clearly. Where it was lying, then we could see there was no distance moved at all. Right, So we went ahead and sort of trying to understand these raw data and looking at, the 4 activities that we're interested in, and the things to note is the peaks, especially the blue and green, and also the peaks here. This is a bit noisy, but we wanted to sort of see whether what we expected to be happening is happening in the field. And so once we see the green is the grazing, and we know, grazing used to start around very early in the morning and sometimes goes down to around 10, 11, they transition to other activities. Also at the same time, we also had lying, which was again very rife during the night because of course they don't want to walk around and encounter predators. That's a behavior that we recorded, and this was in tandem with what we've been observing or we've recorded over time. But again, we sort of switched gears and went for something more robust, and we used a Gaussian process regression model that was able to capture all that variability and to show us what that animal was doing during the night and during the day. And just the shaded gray just shows the civil twilight, nautical twilight, astronomical twilight, and also the night. So we're able to see, like for instance, an activity like walking is usually happening during the day, but very, short distances during the night. So they are trying to avoid predators or minimize such encounters. If you're interested, this paper has been published, came out this year. You can read it there, and if you have more questions, we still talk about it. So the question was, so what? Or what's the next thing after this? So we have the prototype is working, but lessons learned. The LiPo, we needed to change that design. We realized also we had so many components that we bought and fixed together. We reduced this to something like this, but we maintained the front end face so that we don't affect what the model had learned over time. And now this is what I've been working on, and I'm testing. Possibly I'll be back in Serengeti sometimes, and the idea is to put out about 70 to 100 collars, sort of to be able to feed into a bigger project that's looking at how non-local human activities are affecting survival and reproduction of wild beasts and essentially shaping the pace of population dynamics. Grateful to my collaborators in the University of Glasgow and TANAPA, as well as various organizations that funded this work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cyrus. As Kasaine is coming up to Dr. Kadienye, you can see we have experts in the country on sensors and technology. And him and Dr. Desai, they seem to be in the same realm of thought and expertise. So thank you very much, Cyrus, for that. I think the last presentation we have now is from Kasaine, who will present on spatial work, the work they're doing in Masai Mara with lions. And this will be our last presentation. Then we'll have now Q&A before lunch. So Kasaine, you can be introducing yourself as they are setting up your presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Gashiru. So my name is Kasaine Sankan. I work with an organization called Kenya Wildlife Trust as an assistant program scientist. I'm also a graduate student at the University of Nairobi, undertaking my MSc in conservation biology. So this afternoon, I'm happy to all right, yeah, thank you very much. So those are my names, and that's the title for my project. So I'm looking at the spatial temporal habitat use by collared lions within the Masai Mara ecosystem, so which includes both the National Game Reserve and the adjacent community conservancy. So, so the introduction and backgrounds, the important and the gaps of this study. First of all, it's important to note that the animal space use is very important, central focus in spatial ecology. And it's also fundamental to understand animal behavior and formulating effective conservation programs and policies to guide the management of these species. So there's been a drastic decline of especially lions across Africa and also in Kenya. And in the last few years, And this has been attributed largely to the anthropogenic activities, which has resulted in the loss of their habitat and decline in the natural prey base. Commercial exploitation and retaliatory killings due to livestock depredation. So knowledge on sizes, shape of home range overlap among prides, habitat use, and how home range established are essential, especially for wide-ranging species facing rapid habitat loss and fragmentation, and especially for areas like Masai Mara. It's really very important to determine and know exactly how these lions are using space, and you can only know this by getting like collar data or information on collar data. So that's the main goal, to investigate the spatial ecology of the collared lions within the Mara, and with a specific objective, number one, is to estimate the home ranges sizes of all the lands that were collared. Number two, to assess the natural and anthropogenic factors affecting the home range sizes of these species. And number three is to evaluate the daily activity patterns and the monthly rainfall variability on lions' home ranges utilization or use across the study area. So as I mentioned, my study is in Masai Mara, which is approximately 3,000 square kilometers. The government-owned reserve is approximately 1,510 square kilometers, and the adjacent community conservancies are approximately 1,300 square kilometers. So methodology, I utilized data from Kenya Wildlife Trust, which they started collaring young dispersing males in 2016. So my data ranges between 2016 to 2025, so this year. And I have 19 collared lions during that duration. So, so there's some criteria which is used to really determine which candidates you are going to collar. So one of them are females or adult males whose territory overlap with the community areas, and then also sub-adults which are around like 3 years, and we also collar them before they actually leave their natal pride, so that you can get the pre-departure or before they move from the pride, get that information. So lions were immobilized for approximately 1 hour, and this is done by KWS veterinary, as shown in that photograph. So in total, that's a summary of the collar data that I utilized. It means that I had around 150,000 GPS points for all the 19 lions. So that's the data that I analyzed to answer the different questions. So number one, what I did was to create a habitat map for the lions, so that I can extract exactly what type of habitat they were utilizing. And that was one of the methodologies that I used. So number two, on my left, is the actual GPS point of all the lions, 2016 to 2025, 2016 to 2025. And it clearly shows that within around the months of April, that's when we usually have like high precipitation within the Mara. And the high rainfall received being 321.55 millimeters in 2018. That's the highest that the analysis was able to record. And the lowest was 20.922 in July 2023. So overall, the cumulative average rainfall received in the study area was 10,323.184 millimeters for almost a decade, and which translates to an average of 1,147 millimeters per year. So analysis for lion home ranges. So I chose the 3 demographic classes. So adult females, adult males, and also subadult dispersing subadult males. So all the colored lions collected GPS points every after 1 hour. So this was able to enable them to track their graphical movement and estimate home ranges throughout the color duration. So home ranges were calculated using an parametric adaptive local convex hull, ALOCO, for both the 50% and 99% isopleth. So basically the core area and the general home range. So the independent student t-test was employed to compare statistical differences between the mean home range sizes between adult female, adult males, and subadult male within the study areas, and which I'm going to share the results shortly. So basically, this is a map which shows the analysis of ALOCO, the 99%, which is the blue line, and the red is the 50% isopleth, so the core area. So this one was for the 2 adult males, so I had 2 adult males, one within the National Game Reserve in an area called Oserosopia, and actually ranged into Tanzania. And the second male was within an area called Orkinyei. So the analysis for adult females at 50% and 99%. So I had 4 adult females within the National Game Reserve and 4 adult females within the National Game, the adjacent community conservancy. So the third demographic class, that's the ALOCO analysis for the subadults within the study area, which is quite very interesting compared to the adult males and adult females. So home range analysis, so I did the analysis, and I compared adult females within the National Game Reserve and the community, just in community conservancy, and I saw like the p-value of 0.048, so a bit significant difference between the home ranges between the 2 areas. So I did also the same with the subadults, and at 50% and 99%, there was no significant difference between the subadults within the two study areas. So I also compared females with and subadults, and there was quite a big significant between adult females and dispersing young males. So for rainfall, I was able to correlate rainfall and home range sizes, and I could see that with all adult females, there was a correlation between precipitation and adult female home ranges at 0.05. So like not really big significant difference between the home ranges of adult females and precipitation. So I was also able to do exactly that for adult males, and like you can see, the p-value for that was significant. And then also with the subadults, the precipitation and home range for subadults was also significant. So I also did the resource selection function using the binary use versus availability, and I analyzed using the habitat map that I created, and clearly all the 3 demographic classes were utilizing the semi-closed habitat as compared to the other 3, the open grassland, the human modified, and the dense vegetation. So adult males, there was the strongest avoidance of dense vegetation in human-modified areas. Adult females preferred semi-closed and moderate avoidance of dense vegetation and stronger avoidance of human-modified areas. So subadult males, most flexible with the habitat use and weakest avoidance for the open grassland. So patterns consistent with the dispersal ecology of hypothesis for the young dispersing males. So generally consistent avoidance of human-modified landscape across all the three demographic classes, and age, sex, and strategies shape habitat selection. So implication for this is conservation planning must consider demographic and human disturbances. So I was also able to calculate the activity pattern from the color data, and you can clearly see the lions start to become very active around morning from around 5 and resting during the day and picking up in the afternoon. So activity pattern for the lions followed the circadian rhythm, 24-hour cycles through the biological clock, and then the ultradian rhythms, which are shorter between 4 to 6 hours. So crepuscular patterns peaks at around 4 to 6 p.m., 4 to 6 a.m., and then from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., then 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So midday activity suppressed, so for energy conservation and energy heat avoidance. So the rhythm are shaped by biological clocks, innate or inborn, environmental cues, light, temperature, and human activity and livestock movement, especially in the buffer zone. So adaptive strategy for both the thermoregulation and consistent in human-dominated landscape. So in conclusion, land distribution, so collared lions range across and beyond the Mara ecosystem. So most of the subadult males ranged widely but stayed within protected area except for two young dispersing males, Enesikria M1 and Enesikria HM2. So adult males and adult females remained largely within the ecosystem and overlapped with the adjacent community. So the sex different in movement. So adult males and adult females had restricted ranges due to the territoriality behavior. So subadult males showed a broad dispersal pattern. So seasonal trends, home ranges expanded during wet season. So conservation implication protection must extend beyond the park boundaries, and also address the age effect by safeguarding inside and outside the protected areas. So recommendation, policy, consideration for land conservation, land management approaches, community focused, subdienniality, adaptive conflict mitigation, and then also the climate analysis in wildlife studies. A lot of appreciation to my university supervisor, Dr. Mwangi, Dr. Chira, Dr. Nick Elliott, Nina Simoyowski, and our program scientist, Niels Morgensen, who is here. And with that, also need to acknowledge Kenya Wildlife Trust, the Mara Predator Conservation Program, WISHTI, the management, Masai Mara National Game Reserve, the Conservancy, and Milk Choir. And with that, I say thank you very much.
Thank you, Kasaine, on that presentation. The last presentation for this session is virtual. I don't know whether Peter can hear us. So, as they're setting up, I think it's critical. You have seen how the lions are behaving. Subadults. Do I assume the subadults are the ones which invade more livestock? Subadults. So as we are thinking on compensation, as we were discussing earlier today, this type of science and results are critical for informing policy and response. So the next presentation is by Peter Miner, who is online. Is he ready? Can he hear us? Peter, can you hear us?
Thank you very much, participants. Especially the ecosystem services. So again, it is affecting most of the affected more than 40% of Oldonyo Samburu National Park. So Prosopis, which is one of the Kenya's landmass, which you know is very well. Is actually in the north and even the southern Kenya. The counties in the north is actually spreading very fast. Opunta stricta again has been a threat in the Tsavo ecosystem. I'm going to show how we assessed this, and this is actually a concern, and that's why the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act now lists around 38 species of invasive and actually recommends for their control. And this control needs to be comprehensive. It needs to be targeted, and it needs to integrate the ecology and also the community complexities. And we've seen one of the controls is use of biological agents like cochineal beetle, which was actually successful in Tsavo. And for those who are aware, who also understand the ecosystem within Tsavo, you find that it is very green when you pass around Voi town. That greenness is actually the Prosopis. It is actually now spreading into the park and also around the Taveta area. So our study here now on use of remote sensing provides a bird's eye view on this spread of these invasive species and how we can actually manage them using the powerful tool of remote sensing. So objectives was actually, the major objective was to monitor the intensity and spread of the invasive species within the study area, specifically monitoring the impact of the biological control of Opuntia, then assessing the impact of Opuntia stricta on wildlife distribution. The distribution of wildlife will tell us more about the habitat, how the habitat, the condition of the habitat and the status by then. And this now you can extrapolate it to even the health of wildlife. And the last one was to determine the spread of Prosopis juliflora within the ecosystem. We did a sample of this. So the study area is as displayed in the map. We had 2 study sites for Prosopis juliflora, one on around Voi River, outside the protected area and inside the protected area, which is Savoist National Park. And the second site was from Taveta, the route from Taveta to Rekijipe. The area is also infested by Prosopis juliflora. And for the Opuntia species, we actually concentrated on the previous study area, which has actually been monitored by Kenya Wildlife Service. By then, because WRTI was actually within Kenya Wildlife Service, and now that the scientists continue to monitor the area, monitoring the Opuntia for the July 2017 and July 2024. The reason as to why we use July is because July is the driest month, is a dry month, and for invasive species, they are evergreen. So when all the other species have actually dried up, you find the NDVI, which is the greeniness or the chlorophyll content or the greeniness of the vegetation, will always be high. So that's why we decided to go for the July imageries. And again, we did some analysis on the distribution of wildlife based on the analyzed imageries. And again, we also assessed the biological control success. So just to show, this is how the area was in 2017. Again, management by then decided to use the cochineal beetle after growing it within a controlled environment. Then it was deployed into the field. Whatever you see on as white substance is actually the beetle, and it has actually started to devour or to impact on the Opuntia. Then, for the spread of Prosopis, we had, as I mentioned, 2 study sites. So how we did it is that for the Voi River, which is on the right, we picked 1.5 kilometers strip buffer on both ends, and then we picked with our GPSs points for the training sample points for areas where we had high densities of invasives or Prosopis at not less than 10 by 10 meters because of the spatial resolution of the imageries. And then we used that to do the training on the softwares we used. And then again for the Savo West, Taveta to Lake Jipe, we did again the same. We picked some training points, and these training points now are the ones we combined again to do the supervised classification, as I'm showing here. So for the Savo East, the 1.5 kilometers sample area was 181 square kilometers, and for the Savo West, it was 261 square kilometers. So this is how the area looked like. But for this is not dense, but you shows how the invasive species on the left, the Prosopis, is actually getting into the park. If you look at the one on the right, which is around Taveta Lake Jipe Road, there's actually dominating the area. And if you look keenly down, you see a lot of droppings from elephants. Elephants actually, they like going into this environment. So the results for the biological control, the first thing we did was to derive the NDVI. And specifically, if you look at the areas I've highlighted, you find that for the 2017, there is more greeniness as compared to 2024. If you look at the range for 2017, the range is between negative 0.16 to 0.08. The same is also, if you look at also for 2024, the range has actually reduced. The maximum for 2017 is 0.08 as compared to 0.03, meaning that some greeniness has gone. The chlorophyll content of some vegetation is gone. And this can actually be attributed to the biological and mechanical control of the Opuntia species. And this decline from 2017 to 2024 is actually a 75%. So this shows that biological control was a success within Savo East, around Bachuma area. However, monitoring needs to be done. These are the photos for the previous in 2017. This can be corroborated by the image here, our analysis. And if you look at the other photo for 2024, you find why we are seeing the reddish, and specifically the one, the small oval on the left, on the right for 2024. That is shows the area the species was completely eradicated. Now, if you go to the other, for wildlife distribution, you find that for wildlife in 2017, because of the presence of Opuntia, wildlife distribution was somehow skewed. And you find in the areas I've highlighted, you find wildlife is not even there. But if you come to the 2025 distribution of wildlife, this is after the total wildlife census for the Tsavo ecosystem, you find wildlife is distributed almost everywhere. So you can see the impact of the removal of the control of the invasive species. For the spread of the prosopis, you find that from the Taveta route, which is almost the end of our study area, towards the Voi town, up to Aruba Dam, those are the areas which were spotted with the invasive species, and this area was a 2.45% out of the 181 square kilometers. And you find that the invasion actually within the protected areas are always spread along the river with high densities around Voi Wildlife Lodge. And much of the invasion reduced downstream and was restricted within the riverbanks. And this is because much of the invasion is within the riverbanks, and when water comes in through floods, then it actually spreads the entire invasion from the riverbank to the grasslands or the areas within the protected area. Outside the park, the invasion was high, especially from Voi Bridge to the park boundary. When you pass through the Voi Road from Voi to Mombasa, we've used the SGR or the old road, you find it is very green. That is the invasion of the prosopis, and it is actually a threat now to the Tsavo East National Park. And something interesting is that up from invasion reduced actually upstream. No sightings were found past Voi Taveta Bridge towards the Bororo Hills. However, we have some sand harvesting. This sand harvesting is happening within the ecosystem. It's also a very good avenue for the invasion. So this is what I was talking about. You find much of it is around the river valleys. Then for the prosopis, you find that out of the 90 square kilometers, which was actually found to have been invested by prosopis out of 261 square kilometers, representing a coverage of around 34.5 square kilometers. So if you could use the same percentage extrapolated to the Taita Taveta County, then you find something needs to be done. And within the protected area, we found some new innovations around the fence line. This is as a result of elephants going in the community area, feeding on it, and then coming into the protected area, and then they are spreading it using their droppings. So in conclusion, the invasive species actually degrading our rangelands, and not just rangelands, our protected areas. And this has got an impact now on our carrying capacities, because the primary net productivity or the primary productivity for these ecosystems are actually going to collapse in due time. And the biological control was a success within Tsavo East National Park. And however, we need some monitoring, because with the current visit that we were there, some primates are actually now, because we have some small sprouts, the primates are actually picking them, and they are trying to eat because they are very sweet for them, and then they're actually spreading them. So some monitoring needs to be done. However, no biological control has been done for prosopis. And WTI, together with a scientist from Israel, are actually, in due time, will be experimenting in the hack and squid, where in the use of chemicals, you hack the stem of the prosopis, and then using a syringe, you inject a certain amount of milestone, it's a chemical, and then it is going to, the stem starts to die slowly by slowly, from the roots to the leaves. And it's quite intensive because you have to inject each and every stem for this. So it's going to be experimented within the protected areas. Again, remote sensing is a very powerful tool for detection and monitoring of these invasive species. This can actually be extrapolated to the entire conservation area or the entire county or the entire country, just for management and policy decision making. And again, immediate action needs to be done for this control of these invasive species, and we need to be proactive rather than reactive. And I would like to acknowledge the foreign institutions, WRTI, Kenya Wildlife Service, IGAD Climate Predictions and Application Center, within the framework of GMES and Africa project for the provision of funds. And with that, I thank you for this. Thank you for the listening of this presentation.
Thank you, Peter. Please stay along for a short, quick question and answer. So I'd like to invite the presenters, Dickens, Walter, Faith, Cyrus, Kasaine. Am I missing anyone? No, I'm not. Please come in front here. I know we are bad on time, but anyone with a quick burning question, we'll take 4 maximum questions. 1 from Dr. Cairo, 2 from the gentleman at the back there. Anyone else? So 3 from Derek.
Remove your presentation and mute.
Any other? And 4 from someone at the back, Carol,
Remove
for
your
gender
presentation and
equality. Equity. So I'll start with Dr. here. Please introduce yourself and direct the question to the person you'd want.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. My name is James Cairo from Chemfree. I'll start with the minor. Thank you very much for your presentation on invasive species. Now, I can imagine the introductions were done with a purpose. And I can tell you, because I fly over, I think having green is better than being dry. So my question is, where did we go wrong? What's the trade-off? And what other species could you have proposed? That's one. And to Odeni, my question would be whether you extended to flora, and if not, what was the level of endemism for the fauna you followed? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cairo. Let's finish the questions. Go ahead.
Stotra, based in Minnesota. I have a question for the presentation on Mara Lions. And my question is, you did mention, first of all, great talk, really good work. My question is, you mentioned about that males select for or prefer certain habitats, like there was some levels of selection. I wonder if when you have a high density population, are they really selecting for something, or they're just making do with whatever they get? Like that's the space that they have. And do males really select for habitats, or do males select for access to female brides? Thank you.
Okay, my question goes to Kasaine. So basically, based on the previous presentation that we had from Ogutu, it noted some declines of ungulate species in Masai Mara. Just out of curiosity, are you seeing any evidences in reference to the home ranges for the predators? Is there any change of expanding home ranges, especially in those areas that have been identified with pronounced prey declines? Then the other question I have is to Cyrus. So basically, you've talked about the new methodology on the collars. Are these findings really scalable to other areas beyond the Serengeti project, especially looking at other migratory species? So, and also just coming from the predator angle, in terms of just looking at elements of changes in behavior, are we seeing responses, for example, vigilance or running? How can we be able to tease that apart and does that disapprove the theories of predator-prey dynamics, or are we seeing similarities? Thank you.
A final question from Derek.
Thank you so much. My name is Cedric Reale from Wildlife Research and Training Institute. My question goes to Cyrus. Thank you so much for the very nice presentation on technological innovation in conservation science. I just want to find out in terms of the innovation that you are doing in Serengeti. Is it domiciled in TANAPA, or is it an individual initiative, or is domiciled with the Zoological Society of Frankfurt Zoological Society? Because what we normally see is that most of these technologies are being done by people, but they don't apply, or maybe we don't scale them up to other areas and make sure that at least we continue with them and have them applicable in all other areas. Thank you.
So thank you. You are between us and lunch, basically. So kindly, Kasaine, Kavere, and please go ahead and answer the question.
All right, thank you very much, and I'm going to be very brief. Thank you, Strota. So your question on adult males selecting either females and habitats, so that's more behavioral, and my study is more on spatio-temporal habitat use. So definitely lions will first, after being nomadic, they look for prides, take over, and then after that, like there's always different habitat types within the ecosystem. So I analyzed the 4 classes of habitat type, and I found that all the 3 demographic classes liked the semi-closed habitat as compared to the rest of the 3. So, and the other question on increase or home ranges, and especially in conflict areas, whether they expand or not, I think that's a very interesting question, and I might not have like a full answer on that. But one thing I know is that with the subadults, you know, they're not territorial. They are still nomadic and trying to find prides to take over females and also establish their territory. So they're still nomadic, and that's why the results showed that they are the most diverse, and especially with the different types of habitat use across the landscape. And also with the analysis of conflict, they are the subadults are more prone, and because they range outside more of the protected area and usually cause a lot of conflict. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Maybe you can have Peter responding to the question on vegetation. Peter, go ahead.
Question on where did we go wrong in terms of the invasive species, and when did the rain start beating us? Again, this calls for corrective responsibility. It is the issue of invasive species management is a corrective responsibility for all. And sometimes we have this notion that these invasive species are only maybe being felt outside the protected areas, but in the protected areas, that's where they thrive so much, because most of the times we normally, our management style would more accurate incline into reactive rather than proactive. So I would suggest that let's be proactive, and also a corrective responsibility for all the stakeholders. Sometimes we are the ones who are actually perpetuating the spread of these invasive species. We normally pick them as either as beautiful plants we plant around our homes, or even fences for the cactus and all that. Little do we know that once they go out of control, we cannot be able to manage them. So it's a matter of corrective responsibility and being proactive rather than reactive. I think I'll just try to be as short as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Let's have the final feedback from Cyrus.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Karo, for that great question about scalability of the technology. And my answer is yes, and that's been a key focus for us, trying to see how we can help other people adopt this system. It's very well documented and everything is open source. If you read the paper, you'll be able to, follow certain links of all, the things that we did come up with. The only thing you need is just to train your model using the species that you are interested in, but it's applicable to so many ecosystems. About technology, I didn't. Sorry, the guy there didn't get your name. You asked about whether the technology is domiciled TANAPA or Frankfurt. What these two institutions are collaborating in is setting up a LoRa technology to monitor rhino and movement of vehicles, and also sort of to see where their patrol guys are. But as what we are coming with is those small gadgets that are able now to utilize this technology to communicate with what we have there. So that's where we made, because we didn't have the funds to set up the LoRa technology. But during our testing, we realized you're somewhere in the office, you set up everything, and at some point I have to start driving out so that I can access one of the nearest gateway and see whether I'm in communication. So next is just to buy a portable gateway so that I can test from wherever I am. Thank you.
So I think let's give them help me to congratulate them and say thank you to their presentation. So thank you, Kasaine, Peter, Cyrus, Walter, Faith from Tanzania, and Dickens for your presentations. So we are up for lunch. So please interact with them during lunchtime. The next sessions are starting at 2 p.m. So thank you very much for your participation and your active engagement. Enjoy your lunch.
wildlife. So then the problem that we are facing here is the human-wildlife conflict that happens in these landscapes. Said to that, in the conflict that happens, the livestock are killed in large numbers by predators. As per what you can see, that is one farmer losing that flock of sheep in one incident of predation. So then what happens? The owner of the livestock would expect to be compensated. And as you heard in the earlier presentation, is that now Kenya is trying to pilot a new of compensation scheme, which is still on trial in other landscapes. So with this case, we are seeing, we were told that there's a huge backlog on the compensation scheme. So what happens with the owner of the livestock? They resort to killing the predator that is killing their livestock, trying to reduce the problem. But then here's where vultures come in, because as I said, they are scavengers. So when a carcass is lying out there that is laced with poison, then vultures will be descending to that carcass to consume it. And because it is laced with a poisonous substance, they will do what? They will die. And what we've seen is that when vultures get to consume this carcass, a number of them, because they descend in large numbers, they look for food in groups. So a lion that is targeted will die, yes, or sometimes might not. The vultures that will visit this carcass will not come one, but they'll come, or rather others will be following them. And so this is what happens, what you see down here. Unfortunately, 4 species of vultures that we have here in Kenya are critically endangered. What happens when we lose them? The carcass will be laying out there. It will be a hub for pathogens, rabies, brucellosis. So we are trying to work with the community to work towards saving this species, in that when an incident happens, we are able to have a team that can respond rapidly to that scene. And with that happening, we would see the outcome out of it. And this has been attributed to a declining population of vultures in Africa. If you look at this study by Ogada et al., 2022, indicates that vultures are declining. This is a study that they've looked at the population over 40 years, and we see hooded vulture declining at 88%. Okay? And overall, this an average of over 70% decline of vulture population in Africa. So then, as Nature Kenya, what do we do? Before I move to what we do, you'd see among the key threats are wildlife poisoning. We have food limitation, of course, the prey base are declining, habitat destruction, and finally, energy infrastructure. So, we have one of the approaches to address this problem, engaging the community. One of the things that we're doing with the community is creating what we call community ambassadors that would help us towards conservation of vultures. Number 2 is awareness creation, so that the community understand why is it important to save vultures. And finally, using locally led approaches to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. So I'll be talking about how these approaches have contributed to what we think is success towards conservation of vultures. So when you start with the first one, local community vulture conservation champions. So these are just the locals in the community that are willing to work together with us in this program. Of course, small incentives here and there so that we see the practicality in the benefits at the end of the day. So with this engagement, among the things that we see is that with awareness creation, then wildlife poisoning incidents get reported to the relevant authorities, including those that work with even conservation of lions. So with that approach, including KWS, we are able to know when a poisoning incident happens. And in that case, we have 52 poisoning incidents actively attended to, and 80% of poisoning incidents have been actively responded to. So when a poisoning incident has been responded to, what that means is that the ripple effect of poisoning incident doesn't spread to other species. Yeah. So overall, 41% of birds that have been involved in this poisoning incidents have been rescued, including other birds of prey, not just vultures, and actually also other carnivores that potentially have visited these poisoning incidents. So in overall, what we are seeing is that with awareness, the number of poisoning incidents reduces over years. Right. So what can information change in a community? That is through education and awareness creation. One of them that we are seeing through this program is that this increase in the number of wildlife conflicts reported to the relevant authorities, including KWS, the conservation institutions within the landscapes where these programs are being implemented. And overall, we see 51% poisoning retaliation methods used by the community. This would lead maybe scaring away the predator or improving the enclosures of the livestock. And with awareness creation, the more people reach through awareness creation, the lesser we see poisoning incidents also occurring. So there's a negative correlation with that. And now, this is now telling us how we are engaging the local community to do this awareness creation. One of them is working with the local groups, what we call vulture support groups. In other words, we'd call them the site support group because they are based around the key biodiversity areas. So what they do, these people, if I go to Masai Mara, for instance, I'll use my English or Kiswahili. When we use these groups, they're able to compose songs that would be championing for vulture conservation, advocating against wildlife poisoning in their local dialect, which relates so well and sings so perfect to the community, including those that do not understand English or Kiswahili. And because they are the people at the grassroots level, then we are using them to collect data on incidents of human-wildlife conflict, using mobile technology, Survey 123, to collect what you see in red dots. This is cutting across Masai Mara on the upper side, coming down to Mosiro, Kwenya, and down to Amboseli. What this means is that we are able to use this data to structure our mitigation measures, things to do with predator-proof bomber, which I'll be talking about in the next slide. Here is what we're talking about. So with livestock predation at night, as you saw in my previous slides, one incident can claim a big number of livestock. So what we've done, we've implemented pilot livestock enclosures, as indicated in that picture. So with this, we have seen community replicating this, not